Hi everyone, my name is Bruce, and today we're playing a alpha test of the campaign that currently I'm running. The alpha test being the RPG system I'm currently writing, although I haven't technically written anything. It's been typed about maybe 96 pages so far. Uh, we're going to be doing this game today. Would appreciate if you guys if you like this content, which it's not all going to be like bam, 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 hard hitting, intense crap. If you like conversations between friends and things to deviate as they will, go ahead, give a like and subscribe, share it. We know we're not internet moguls. We're not the favored of the late Susan Wojcicki, whatever her name is. Uh, may she recognize freedom and liberty as she now rests in peace. And yeah, I have nothing nice to say about her. I won't. So anyway, we're going to play our game, and we're going to enjoy ourselves. With us today is Miss Janet from Another Planet, and I also have she plays Isabu.
Hello.
Oh, Isabu. I got names mixed up earlier. When I said Luna, I meant Isabu.
She's been playing Luna for 2.5 years in the other campaign. That's okay. It's all right.
Yeah. So the picture I sent you personally on Discord isn't meant for Luna. It's meant for Isabu.
Yeah. Sort of poopus. Yeah, she's gone. Of all things, lung cancer got her. Anyway.
Wow, that's a weird last name. That's her real last name?
Yeah,
that's like
if I would have known her personally, I would have completely, like, people say it's terrible that you use dead names or something, but I would have just called her Ski the whole time. I would have known her because that's what I do with my Polish friends that got these consonant heavy names, like 7 or 8 consonants in a row, and that very end Ski. Hey, Ski.
Yeah.
And that's kind of a Gen X thing. Maybe some.
It's funny because like Polish and Welsh share a lot of grammatical qualities, I guess you could say.
They do.
Like I have a hell of a time trying to say anything in Welsh, and then my buddy James, he's Polish, and like we got into it a while back, and like I was asking him why so many freaking consonants and just weird inflections that American tongues don't really twist.
They don't twist that way.
It's bizarre.
Anyway, we got the crafting gamer, and he made something for Luna. Appreciate it, but we'll work that into Isabu's character line. Six Nation 31 Kings plays Lemmy.
Hey, Snortopoopas.
Yeah, hello, thank you guys.
Played by the crafting gamer.
Hello.
And Nerdy Ogre is here as a character by the name of Nerdy.
Howdy, howdy.
Watashi wa Lemmy desu.
4 main characters are in front here. Bill, the donkey, is behind them. We have Quinn, Roberto, Tomas, and Neha, the paladiness that they found while they were in Stoneholm. As it stands, you guys have returned to the surface, and
where are the 4 dwarves?
You've left. Say again.
Where are the 4 dwarves?
They're with you.
Okay, so they came up too?
Okay.
Yeah, you guys got 4 dwarves.
Well, you didn't mention them, so I was afraid you might have forgotten them.
No, I'm only working with the main characters right now.
Okay.
And
we still need a chef, right?
Yes. I mean, I can cook, but I was hoping to get a professional cook.
You don't want to eat my cooking.
Sorry, Bruce.
It's understandable. You guys made your way back. Some of you stay in Reme. The rest of you made your way to either Gilboa, or what's the name of the fort that you have Mongoose?
Doragon. It's Japanese for dragon. So if you want to just call it the Dragon Fort, you can.
Doragon. I like that name a lot.
So I'm sticking with my characterization theme.
Yeah, your character's theme is actually very Oriental, if I remember right.
Yes. His actual name is Wang Hung Long, which is so bad he calls himself the Mongoose.
I'll allow it. So, if you, I'm just going to say that the months are not easy to deal with in winter. You guys are a little bit north compared to everywhere else.
Mm-hmm.
And just to show you where you're at, let me opening up the map right now. Okay, so you're over here. Most of you are located in Gilboa. I believe Lemmy hadn't. I don't know if you were going to stay in Reme or go back to Gilboa. Were you? You remember?
I was going to go say hi to my folks, and then I was going to go hit up Reme and try to get some training or find out what the vibe is, since we've been gone for like almost a year.
Yeah, that took you guys a while to get things worked out.
Just under 9 months, I believe.
Mm-hmm. And then, not too far from Care Dyer, actually, Doragon is going to be right. I don't know if you can see this, but it's 3 hexes north of Gilboa. So about 150 miles.
Cool.
Not really, as much as the map indicates it's grasslands, it's not smooth and flat. With the amount of rivers that are within this area, amount of creek beds, everything, it's not quite super hilly like Kentucky, but
Rolling hills,
rolling hills,
small
like
foothills.
southern Indiana, southern Illinois, like that, like the foothills of the Ozarks, something along those lines.
So, like
But-
very grassy,
Very
good
lots
for
of
cattle.
grass. Yeah.
That's why I have my cattle there. Sorry, Bruce.
You're good. So while you're there for a few months, Reme is a really nice place to be during the winter. You've never known life like that. I will say that, Lemmy, if you're staying in Reme all winter long, you're going to gain about 15 pounds. Even though you're training for your new level, you really can't help it, man. I mean, this is...
It's all the churros.
Yeah. The churros, the sausage.
But it's a steady diet too. It's not just what you're eating; it's the fact that you're getting to eat every day. That makes a difference too, right?
Correct. Like, I'll show you what I ate today, and I know this is not really what you guys want to see, but stop sharing that. Present, share screen, entire thing. All right, fine, whatever. I don't know if you can see this, but that is a croissant witch with cheese, egg, ham, bacon, and sausage.
Wow.
Well, that's not like
Sounds
some chintzy ass
That's a
paper
meat
thin
breakfast.
bacon either.
Damn, that looks good.
Yeah, it's making me hungry, and I can't have any bread.
Bruce, I got a quick question.
Yeah.
Will I be responsible for? I mean, I know I'm responsible for their health, but am I responsible for the dwarves in the way of stats, or are you just going to take care of that?
I'll take care of that. If
Okay.
you want to be, if you want to micromanage that, we may have problems later. Because
I really don't. I already have to micromanage my fort, and I'm going to have to keep an eye on the. I have to micromanage the slush fund that will be starting up here soon, and I also have to micromanage the stuff since no one else volunteered to do it. I prefer not to micromanage them on top of that.
It's all right. I don't want to. I don't want you to have to do a whole lot. The micromanaging of the fort, I don't want to have that be a huge load for you. Whenever I want to do the mini game about the fort and the resource management and balancing, I'll get Kai involved to help you.
Cool.
Because I think Kai loves silly resource management portions of the
Dwarf
Pathfinder.
Fortress.
Yeah, he loves that stuff.
Meanwhile, you can go on adventure mode and hang out with us.
If you so choose, yeah. What I was thinking about doing, all of you came back, and the first thing you do is you for 2 weeks to a month, you're with your family and friends. Before I go further into this, I made a small error. I need to say hello to the chat. Hi, chat. Jackie Blue, sort of Poopa Scooper,
Okay. Mm-hmm.
and Baby Girl. I apologize. I didn't say hello earlier to the three of you and the others that are watching. Looks like we have 21 available that are viewing. Thank you so much for being here. I will not be posting at X anymore. I tried X under Elon. I had a better run, but there's still some communists that don't like people that spout their beliefs. And if I got to deal with somebody else's beliefs, but you're not going to deal with mine, go fuck yourself, all of you. And Elon, scrap that program, build something from the ground up. It's better. Fuck Twitter. Anyway, I just wanted to say that.
Socialists, man, they ruin everything.
They do. They're fucking cultural termites.
Oh.
I want to say that for 2 months, maybe at max, all of you spend from Blotmond into Winterfell, which is like the end of autumn going into fall, or end of autumn going into winter. You are having just family time and family time and family time. For you, Mondu,
does that mean my child is born?
Yes. You have a baby boy.
Cheese and crackers.
Not you.
Who's the mom?
Girlfriend.
Who's the mom? Is it that bar wench girl?
No, this was a. I have her name written down.
I was
She
trying
is
to
the
remember which
leader.
one.
It's an arranged marriage, isn't it?
No, this was fiance. Arya.
Arya.
She was the female
Arya.
leader of the. Yeah, Arya. She's the female leader of the group that the guild sent to use my fort as a stop rest point.
I remember you hooking up with some girl, but I thought it was one of the bar wenches that was feeding us and taking care of us. Sorry.
No, she tried.
Yeah, I know she was after you.
Mongoose with that magical unvaxxed virility.
I was going to say maybe it's his what was it? What's it called? Flaming hands or something?
Burning hands.
Yeah, burning hands. Maybe it's that. Sorry, I'm just kidding.
It's okay.
That's great. I think it's good.
Yeah, your daughter's born on the 22nd.
You said she had a boy.
Your son, excuse me, your son's born on 22nd of Blotmund. And
my character's not overly religious, but I was hoping Luna would help with the birthing and then bless my child. Not Luna.
I would, yeah, Isabel.
Isabeau. I keep saying Luna. Like
That's
the
okay.
item I said
Yeah,
online
I'd be
first, it
happy
says
to,
Luna.
I'd be happy to, bless your baby and help your woman with whatever she needs to prepare her for, being, taking care of a baby and a toddler.
Midwifery.
Yeah, that kind of stuff. And healing yourself after having a child.
Lots and many hours are spent with Arya, Isabu, and the two of you talk a little bit. Stay there for about 2 weeks and get her used to everything that a first-time mother needs to adjust to.
Mhm.
Although she's been asking the universe for this, she's not a strictly religious lady herself, but she's been asking universe for a child to help provide a legacy for the young man that you know as Mongoose. And then she, after about 2 weeks, you kind of feel like she's not wanting to push you out of the house, but she says, it's been 2 weeks, it's been 9 months, and 8.5 months, and another 2 weeks of the baby, and now my husband is home, betrothed. She uses the word betrothed a lot when she describes Mongoose.
Yeah.
Now that my betrothed is home, I really appreciate you, Isabu, for everything you do. And at that point, you realize that this lady is a hell of a cook, and she cooks pastries and croissant witches. She makes donuts, and while you're there, you gain 5 pounds for 2 weeks. Okay,
Okay.
which is
I can
quite a
believe
bit.
it.
You still try to take care of yourself.
Mhm.
You're like young. Okay, it's not hard to be young, hot, and pretty when you're like 18,
Yeah.
and you're just like stretching another part of your duties as a priest and cleric.
Yeah. And also remember, I wanted to train on using a staff. I had
Yep.
to learn to use a staff to fight with if I need
Not-
to.
Not hard to do. You
We actually have a staff with a gem in it.
Mhm.
yeah.
Yeah. That's what I mean. That's why I said I have my note right here.
You have between that and the other ladies of Fort Dargon, you
Mhm.
have a lot of things that you can do here that you realize that you can just enjoy yourself with, and that takes up the first month that you guys are back in town. Lemmy, you return back with family for the first month. You get to know everybody and show them some tricks that you've learned. Your parents are really proud of you. Just to say that your parents are proud of you, like that's to be mostly certain that your brothers and sisters think that you're probably going to go further
The,
than
be-
they will.
the bee's knees. Oh, shucks.
Yeah. However, the city of Reme, you keep thinking about the nightlife of Reme, and you want to go back before midwinter fill, and you head back to Reme. Nerdy ogre, you go back. I don't know exactly your character's family life, but I want to ask you. You have two choices. You could be a descendant of the Lore clans. The Lore clans are these group of nomadic type people that they practice a lot of cattle work, and they ride between the cities. The Lore clans around Reme, they can be warlike as fuck, but they mostly are really nice and peaceful. They're kind of like modern day Americans that practice the Second Amendment mentality, because if it's time to fucking like boogaloo, it will be bloody as shit. But that only happens maybe once every 8 or 12 years. The majority of time, being a Lore Clan person, you're horse riding and you're just traveling, following the group of the herd. and tending to family and such. You guys are really good and skilled at tearing down and setting up camps. If you want to be a Lore Clan descendant, you can. Or you could have a permanent family housing. Your family could be from the city or the little town of Gilboath. You're the only member of the party that doesn't have wine in the family. Your mom and dad, if your mom and dad are from Gilboath, both of them were professional fighters that later were brought into the city of Gilboath's guard. And I don't know what they've done since then. We'll have to work that out. But
Mhm.
you could either be descendant from guardsmen or you can be a Lore Clan member. How do you want to do that?
I
Conan the
always
cowboy.
I always imagine like he came from nomadic tribes, so the lower clansmen, that seems to be the way to go.
Okay. The
Oh,
Lore
yeah.
Clan are where you're from then, and figure that out as time goes on. You return back to the Lore Clans, which yours primarily just rides between Gilboath and the city of Reme. Uh, because you guys are not, because your family, your clan itself is not a full member of the traders and coasters, you guys do retail trade with Fort Dargon, but you don't have any special privileges there. However, because you yourself and Mongoose have served together in the same group, if you guys want to work things out amongst yourself, you can. But your Lore Clan right now, like they haven't leaned on you. They're proud, and they make their money off of working wild horses and working cattle. That's what they do. It's a very unusual but very nice traditional type of lifestyle that they have. And if you go and retreat to them uh, for winter, they will actually set up a permanent stead on the backside of a mountain with a rancher's blessing, or with somebody. If it's somebody's land, they get their blessing first, but then they'll set up for winter and do that, and just keep the cattle localized within that area.
Well, when it comes to the fort, the entire party's welcome. And if his clan is primarily like one of the things they're good at is cattle, they themselves will be welcome there, because any help I can get with the cattle, since my character would not know cattle that very well, would be welcome.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I would stay there because I wouldn't I wouldn't know exactly where, I would like maybe know the general area where my clansmen would be at this time of year. But yeah, I would stay and help him with his cattle then. Help with whatever knowledge I've got.
Your your chief. Once you return back, your chief looks at you and he asks you a few questions. How was your time? Are you well? Do you want to continue doing that, or do you wish to ride with us? It's your choice. I mean, we can't control you.
I will stay here and help my friend with his cattle. Help him get started.
Okay. Well, if winter's coming, which the temperature tells us this every night, we will make our way towards Fort Dargon, which it's not a bad location. If the hill was a little taller, it would provide better shelter, but we could go there and we might be able to do some extra work for them to help house all the beasts. And you guys will take about an extra 3 weeks to move all 70 members of the clan towards Fort Dargon. And once all the handshakes are done, you guys have your own brand on your cattle, so everybody that looks at your cattle knows exactly whose cattle that is. But your cattle does mix. You guys don't segregate cattle unless you want to. A lot of times the clans will let the cattle integrate because a lot of times you want to have the positive genetics from the better stock descend year after year, generation after generation, and that's just something that you guys found works for you.
I have two types of cattle. One is the premium cattle from up north. One is regular sets of cattle. The only difference, and I do not keep them segregated either, but you can tell the difference because the specialty cattle have two brands: the original brand and my brand.
Okay.
Well, remember, I left my calf with my family. I gave the cow to my family that lives at home, at my home where I grew up.
Better hope they haven't eaten it.
Well, they said they weren't. They're going to keep her and hopefully get milk from her when she had her first calf.
They're going to use her for food or for milk, not for
milking her. So, because I have a lot of sisters and brothers, so I wanted to help out a little bit.
Well, you're welcome to bring her here to ensure she gets good premium male, because you have to breed a cow before she'll produce milk.
I'll tell my mom and dad that if they get to where they can no longer take care of her, or they decide they want to eat her or something, that I would want her sent to your.
But what I'm saying is you're welcome to use one of my, because I got some of the premium cattle from where she came from.
Well, I already told them that I would bring her to live with you guys so that she would not be eaten if something happened and they decided.
Janet, I'm talking past the food part.
I know for breeding. For breeding.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, since you've been producing milk, you actually have to breed a cow before she'll produce milk.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
She supposedly had a calf while I was gone.
No, she would be just old enough to breed now. Actually, we got them as calves.
Oh, I thought we were gone a year.
About 9 months.
We were.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I thought we were going over a year.
No, that was my fiance who had been pregnant.
Okay.
Don't confuse her for cattle.
Please, no.
He's not.
Keep the castle safe, calm, and quiet.
So, while you help them get everything moved towards Fort Tharagon, you go to let's see, Crafty Gamer, Janet, Nerdy Ogre. Okay, I'll just cover the other guys. Quinn makes his way to Fort Dargo and has himself a nice little spot in the bar where he plays nightly, and then he also plucks away on new songs in the courtyard for about an extra 8 hours a day. Initially, he looks kind of gaunt after his trip because he kind of, for a moment, he gets a little bit depressed because he's somewhere to stay. After the first week, he snaps out of it and he starts to write and do some songs. A lot of the ladies that are at Fort Dargo, the guard contingent you guys have, that's from, or I should say the staff contingent, is 60% female. So Quinn, aside from his music, he has to practice isolationism, because then what will happen is that somebody starts getting in his life. He found this out the first couple of days. A woman got into his head, and he started thinking about her all the time and like worrying about stuff and not focusing on things that makes himself happy. Instead, he started setting things up like, oh yeah, we could, totally like go out and date and whatever. But that got weird for him on day 3 when he realized he hadn't played with his music instruments. He was just wanting to get back to that. And she kind of had a problem because for once somebody's paying attention to her, and she was really liking it. She's young too. She's 16. Quinn stepped off. One of the older members of staff told him, just relax, take things slow. You don't have to do things all this week. You're going to be here a while. Winter's coming. And so he relaxed and he started getting into music, started delving really hard into lyrical composition. And you notice that his original songs are quite laden and thick, and it almost sounds like an early attempt at progressive metal. The brothers, they work on initially they work on being just general help and labor for the fact that they want to continue keeping their bodies strong. They pair up with some of the lore clans members, and they go out in nearby wilderness and they start hewing trees and getting them loaded on carts and dragging the wood back here because we have expansions to do. We're going to be having the lore clan stay. They need to be somewhere where they can be protected from the elements during the winter's worst days. Aneha, the paladiness, when she comes back here, she's here for about 10 days, and rebuffed by the bard, she goes off to sulk. And then when she hears that Limmy is headed from Gilboa to Reme, she decides to pair with him and go back to Reme. Okay. So in the month of Winterfill, Limmy, you're in Reme. Do you know how many? Do you know how many skill points you get at every level?
I should be at close to 5th level, so 5 points.
You guys all level up to 5th.
Okay.
The experience that you got from your time in Stoneholm has gotten you up to 5th, plus the trip back.
Okay, cool.
Your what's your intelligence?
It's low. It's only a 10. I'm average.
Yes.
Not the smartest peanut in the turd.
Happens. You get 9 skill ranks per level. So you can put those anywhere you'd like for your class skills. You get those 9. Maximum can be 5 in any one skill.
6 Nations.
Yes.
Am I to make a suggestion?
What would that suggestion be?
Put a couple points into your use magical device. So when we get spells like darkness, I can make a few scrolls of that for you.
Okay. Yeah, because it's at like 5% right now.
Well, if you feel
I was
there's
curious,
things that are more useful to you right now, sorry.
Well, I was gonna look at weapon finesse because I wanted to get a rank in that. Because I got basic finesse, and then I wanted to get weapon finesse.
Well, what
and
I was
then
gonna say
whatever was left over.
I'll let you finish.
But yeah, like I'm looking at my skills, and like my diplomacy and my use magical device are like the weakest out of what I've been using and what would be useful. I pretty much ranked everything else up. Okay. Except my animal handling. I got 10% with donkeys. Damn.
Okay, so weapon finesse and you get weapon finesse. You don't have to worry about weapon finesse. That's just something that your body naturally has started to maximize. You add your dexterity modifier to the strength modifier, or you use your dexterity modifier instead of your strength modifier for the damage roll. Dex instead of strength. And that's finesse training. But get your skills set up. Do you need a skill list, or you got those?
I got them somewhere.
Okay.
I'll fire up my phone. Pull it up here.
I sent you a list, or there's the page itself for. Oh shit, that's the wrong one. Never mind. Delete
So
that.
if I max out magical device, I'll bring it up to 35.
Yeah.
Or
That'll
30.
That'll help you get your.
Right. That should do it. And then I got another 4 to plunk in somewhere else.
Is my crunching too loud?
I don't even hear it, Janet.
Okay, good. Thank
You
goodness.
guys hear her munching away?
Nope.
Could you put your mouth up to the microphone and chew a little bit?
Yeah, can you open your mouth and just crunch it? I don't hear.
I'm the only one that can hear, but that's only because I have headphones on.
Is it real loud though?
No, it's not. In fact, I thought you were just messing with foil or something.
No. I went and got me some pepperoni and a couple chips. And
It's
stuff.
not loud enough to be
Did
annoying.
you get a handful of corn nuts?
Nope.
I love it when Janet uses corn nuts.
No, I haven't gotten any corn nuts right now. Because I have to eat corn. I can't eat wheat. So. Sorry.
Lemmy, do you have danger sense as a special ability?
I don't think I do. Let me quickly go through that. Yeah, that's a negative.
All right. When you start training in your roguish abilities, you get danger sense plus 5%. What danger sense is, you get a plus 5 bonus to your reflex save to avoid traps. You get a plus 5% bonus to armor class against attacks made by traps. Also, you get a plus 5% bonus on perception checks to be surprised by somebody. And that increases by 1, or that increases by an extra 5% every 3 rogue levels. But just know that you get danger sense as that's one of the things that you just intuitively start doing.
I want to ask a question.
Yeah.
I've got 4 sheets of paper here with notes on it, and every one of them has a different hit point. So what do you know what my total when I'm fully back to full health, what my hit points are for my character?
On your 4 sheets with hit points, what's the highest value?
I have one, it's a 72 circle, but I think that's my mana, but I'm not 100%, but it's next to hit points. And the other one is 66. Then another one says 50, hold on, let's see the one, 51.
What's
highest
your
one sounds the most
what's your
appropriate.
wisdom?
My wisdom is 18.
Okay, so you should have 90 mana points.
Okay, 90 mana. Okay, let's see.
For
I'm trying to
total
get
of
this.
hit points, I believe you do have 72 hit points.
Okay, let me write that down. So I'm trying to work on my new sheet with my new stuff on it. So, okay, thank you.
No problem. So get your skill ranks set up, Lemmy. Get your skill ranks, and I'll get back to you here next month as to what other things you You might need to choose. Okay.
I
And your sneak attack is a 2d6, right? Your sneak attack damage should be 2d6, correct? There, let me.
yeah. If I remember correctly, we were talking about the increase on that. That was 2d6 plus 2, if I wrote that down
Yeah, and
correctly.
at 5th level,
The speed minus 1.
that should go up to 3d6 at 5th level.
Okay. So that is a third 6-sider. Great. Now I gotta figure out which one of these damn 6-siders are gonna roll good. If anybody would like to super chat to help a poor role player with some dice that don't roll sucky, minimum donation of $2. Go ahead and super chat that.
Hey, I've personally learned from super chatting, if you throw in $5, Bruce will actually willingly throw in a scroll. I've done this twice. That's how I know.
It pissed off my other group that their game could be altered by the chat. I'm
Freaking
sorry.
microtransaction loot box.
I had a good laugh. Oh,
It's not a bribe. It's incentive. It's like bringing chips and root beer to the DM or whatever the beverage of choice is.
it's like it's like somebody that says, "Hey, you guys are playing today? Can I play? I'll bring pizza." Oh, fuck yeah! Come on over. Sit down. Put the pepperoni pizza between us. You guys can have those other pizzas. Oh man, that's great. So we start the month of Winterfell, and Lemmy and the Paladiness are over in the city of Reme. Isabu is in the Fort Dargon, but after the first of Winterfell, she's starting to think that I probably can go home and see my family because she's got it. Arya knows how to take care of herself, and she's doing very well as a new mom. Even more disturbingly, as you're getting ready to pack your things, Isabu, which your things would fit on the back of a light horse. You don't have much. You just got your armor and like 5 sets of clothing. But this lady, as 2 weeks have gone by, and she's been breastfeeding and taking care of this new baby boy. I don't know what the name is. That'll be up for drafting to figure out. She's dropped all of her baby weight within the first 48 hours, except for the jugs. Everything else went away. And I'm going to be sad to say, like, after the child has sufficiently breastfed for about 3 months, those kind of go away too. Kind of. They come back with another baby, but I mean, you look at Janet, like when she was a young kid, she was, kind of athletic, little slim-chested.
Skinny.
She had 3 kids. The youngest helped mommy inflate. Thank God for biology. Okay. Isabu, you can go back to your home in Gilboath, hang out with your family, check on your baby calf, see what he's up to.
And So did I learn with my staff enough to be able to like defend myself?
If you want to get great with your staff, you can. If you would rather get good with the weapon of choice for the order that you belong to, the priestesses of or the clerics of mirror,
Because I use a bastard sword.
Yeah, you use a bastard sword. I for some odd reason I was thinking you use a long sword, but use a bastard sword. That's okay too.
Shields are within your repertoire, Janet. So if you want to hire defense, we gave you a mastercraft shield anyway.
Yeah, I want to do whatever I need to do to get better at using my shield and my sword, and if I ever lose my sword, like it gets knocked out of my hand, that I can use my staff that I have.
Oh, right. I was going to make a spring-loaded staff for you, like off of Andromeda.
So
Well,
I'll be able to defend myself.
The best way to learn is to go on crusade and retake the Holy Land.
Well, that ain't happening.
If you get to the basic level of proficiency with a quarterstaff, within about 2 weeks, you're doing a D6 damage with your not including your strength damage, but you do a D6 damage with the quarterstaff. And one of the tricks you learn is that you're 5th level, and basically as part of the attack action, you can swap your grip on it from going to where you're. Let me try to physically demonstrate this. You instead of you using it kind of like, one hand on one end and the other on the other and trying to do that, one thing you do within the 2 weeks is that you've learned how to actually flip one hand and get into your Babe Ruth swing and increase your reach. For one attack, you can actually attack out to 10 feet, but your armor class drops by 20 points. Okay. When you do that, because you're easier to smash, you're easier to hit whenever you expose yourself like that, because you're lunging. But
yeah,
you can do that. That's something that you can do with that quarterstaff. You really can't do it with a lot of other weapons. A lot of the weapons already have a designated handle spot. You hold a long sword, bastard sword at the hilt, and that's what you do. But you can do that with your quarterstaff. If you decide to do that, just understand you'll take a negative 20% during that time and in recovery phase.
Well, I just need it for emergencies, basically. I want to be able to feel like I'm comfortable enough to be able to defend myself if I lose my sword or something happens like that.
You've got a base level proficiency with quarterstaff and with the club, so you should be fine.
All right.
No problem.
Quick question. Well, 2 technically. Can I actually make a spring-loaded staff like the lances off of Andromeda? And if I can I make it so when she's touching it, it doesn't actually affect it this way, but when she hits somebody, it's like hitting them with her bastard sword. Like it actually has an edge. So it's a little more in line with her abilities.
I'm looking up the quarterstaff. If you can find a clip for me on the Andromeda.
Oh, okay.
That would be preferable. I apparently need to watch Andromeda because I have not.
I've got a handful of episodes. It's pretty decent.
I think I
from what
can
I've
find
watched
online.
I just put in the training regimen and alpha test if you guys want to check that out. It's in gift form.
Andromeda is the Kevin Sorbo show from the 90s, right?
Yes, sir.
Early 2000. Yeah, if I remember that correctly, that was just pretty much Hercules in space.
True,
I mean, not
but it was
dishing it,
Hercules in space.
not knocking it. I've never seen it myself, but that's what I've heard of it. I have seen Hercules, and I thought that was pretty good.
I can admire a guy like Kevin Sorbo. He's pretty good person. Seems like don't really have any issues with his picks and movies. Seems to be a nice guy. Janet, do you want how good of with you becoming 5th level?
Yeah.
You don't have to. You can decide to get into weapon mastery with your sword.
Uh-huh.
And
yeah, I'd like to get better with my sword so that I can fight more. Especially if I'm getting really low on my mana and I want to save my mana to heal instead of using it for spells, I will need to defend myself and fight better. So yeah, I would love to improve my fighting skills with my sword.
Well,
If I can.
yeah, you can. You can. You can spend. You can spend a couple of weeks in Gilboa because there is some people that are there, and they primarily teach weapons training with the long sword, but the bastard sword's very close to it, and so they are able to teach you how to use this a little better. For 270 silver, yours. Ooh, so it'll be actually it'll be total of 200. It'd be 540 because it weekly cost.
540. Let me write that down real quick. Silver, right?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Sorry, I'm printing me out a new character sheet
You're
so I
good.
can write all this on it. This is so much scribbling. It's hard for me to tell what's going on. And once I do get better at my, at using it, will that change anything about my hit points or my damage I can do on others?
Your bastard sword. What's your speed with your bastard sword right now?
Okay, hold on. Let me flip over there. See if I have it where I have it written down. That's the problem. I'm trying to get it all on one sheet. Okay, right now what I found, it says 10% divine bonus. I don't know what that means. I guess I got a spell on my sword.
If you
And it says 10% on tax and a +4 on my sword with divine favor, whatever that means.
Yeah, that's the spell divine favor. Divine favor is really good for you. Right now you should be doing your damage with your sword should be a D6, but after you spend 2 weeks in Gilboa, kind of spending like 8 hours a day with the trainer. He
Okay.
takes you to a D6 plus 3. Your strength is what, an 18 or 17?
Let me see real quick. It's a 18
Okay. So you are actually doing a D6 plus 7 damage.
plus 7. Okay.
A D6 plus 7 damage.
Okay. That's good.
Yeah, that's your that, and you're just considered skilled. Okay,
Hmm.
but that's pretty impressive. Just gonna lay that right there. Okay.
Thanks.
As a cleric, you get your intelligence is it 12 or 10?
Hold on. Let me look real quick. My intelligence is a 10.
Okay, so you get 3 skills per level, 3 skill ranks per level. Do you know what your skills are?
Let's see. I'm gonna look at this sheet here.
I'll get
My
in Discord.
trying to look at where I have it written down.
It's okay.
I just have heal, knowledge, and diplomacy. Would it be? Are those my skills?
I just sent you a class list in your Discord, in your chat.
Okay. Let me look at that real
So-
quick.
Appraise, craft, diplomacy, heal, knowledge arcana, knowledge history, knowledge ability, knowledge planes, knowledge religion, linguistics, profession, sense motive, and spellcraft. For you, I would recommend spellcraft should probably be maxed out. Religion should probably be maxed out. Heal is a good way to bandage somebody up and care for them long term if they've got a long term injury. Just recommend that.
All right, be ready. I have the clip ready.
Oh, you got it?
Yeah, I would say I can go
Yep.
up one on 3 different ones. Is that what you
Yes.
said?
Yep.
Okay, I want to pick spellcraft. I'm trying to write them down. To go up 1 plus 1 for that, and then I would like
You'll actually get
heal.
every rank that you put into it is
Mhm.
5%. Every rank equals 5%, Janet.
heal. I would like that, and then I would like I guess knowledge for my religion. Those are
Okay.
my 3. And that's 5% on each of them.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. I'll write that on my sheet once I get it.
'Cause
I'm gonna
those
print it.
should max you out. Like, I know your spellcraft should be maxed out with 5 ranks
Hmm.
because that's an important skill. It lets you prepare certain things, lets you get your head wrapped around stuff.
Oh, you have to tell me when you're ready since I'm on the screen. I can't see when you bring me up.
Okay. Go ahead there. Let me.
This is what I'm talking about. Oh, come on.
There it is.
You were playing just a few seconds ago.
Okay.
Oh, and then it freezes. It plays, but it freezes. All right. Now you're going to play properly? Nope. Okay.
I have the title
I hate my
down.
computer.
It's okay, man.
Okay. You get the idea, though. It just starts off as a little pocket-sized thing and then turns into a full-size staff. That's what I want to make for Janet's character. You can
Kind of
stop
like
playing.
Babylon 5. be a ranger.
Andromeda. Babylon 5 didn't have anything.
And are you going to be able to make that with the staff that I have already with the stone in it?
I'll probably have to craft you a new one.
No, that one's wood. I'll have to.
Okay.
Thankfully, I got a couple of dwarves with me who probably can at least help.
So now the other thing, Janet,
Mm-hmm.
we'll get your skills taken care of, and then we'll go things month by month here, because there's going to be some time that passes. I want to have a. I know some people might disagree with the way that this is being ran, but I prefer to have a campaign that lasts for years of a character's life. I don't want to have a campaign that, oh yeah, it only took a week for us to go from 1st to 28th level. No. You guys are going to spend pretty much a whole season indoors or off camera doing things that are furthering your personal interests, but not really furthering quote unquote campaign threads, although things will happen while you're not quote unquote on an adventure. Things will be set up, or time you'll be informed of news of events that are going on elsewhere that might spur you to action. But you guys are, for the most part, unless you decide to actively like, no. As soon as spring hits, we're leaving. We're going back out and doing stuff for the guild or whatever. The guild sees you as an asset. They want to give you guys a few months off. They really don't want to see you until next spring, and that would be the month of Aoster. Fremond, it actually gets a little warmer out, but the frost hasn't really subsided. There's still ice and snows still happen. Aoster is the 4th month of the year, and that's a time when it snows usually turn to rain. Lots and lots of rain.
I don't have a problem with that idea. Yes, my fiance and she might love me, and my character will have feelings for her, but it's not automatic love from his end, admittedly. But he will spend a lot of time with her and his new child, because on the same hand, you can't have a relationship if you're constantly out there and you're never home. So
I've got this weird headcanon going on. You got a Japanese fort, and your character's like Chinese from the sound of the name, but I'm picturing like a Filipino or Thai wife, and then you got like Short Stack or Data as your child. Or maybe a mini Bruce Lee.
Well, I'm thinking of the name of Senshi, which is Japanese for warrior. Yes, I'd love my son to step in my footprints and become a magic user, but I'm giving him a name that directly says you can be whatever you want.
Liu Kang. There you go. Catch the fireball. Do the kick.
Okay, so that's Janet for that month. Afterwards, hey Moria, how you doing? The Winterfell, we go into the details for Mr. Nerdy Ogre. You guys have constructed a additional wing of housing at this fort. Up until last year, it had mainly been completely abandoned, and it was used by bandits and other ne'er-do-wells. The original construction of this fort was originally you had a barracks area connected to, you had an outdoor portion here, and then you had an adjacent room, which was not quite as nice as other places you've been, but you had a well-to-do commons area. And that was connected.
I'll have to get the gobbo stink out of it.
The kitchen is absolutely magnificent. Stew pots. The only thing you really got to do is get better cutlery. That's it, and you'll figure that out. The guild has already helped you figure that out. With the addition of 75 extra bodies coming to stay for the winter, they have increased a size of the structure, digging down, ensuring that there's proper foundations. The Lord Clanic members do not like living indoors, and you see why that your family is always happier between Aoster and Winterfell. They're living indoors now. They do have a large area dedicated to the grilling of food, and these guys grill every day. In fact, 3 of the members of the Lore Clan Nerdy are specifically tasked to do nothing else but to prepare wood to become charcoal to make briquettes. So this is basically Fort Dargon as it is. Now there is an upstairs. And the upstairs is a typical Eastern European style where you have an extra 5 feet overhang with support piers underneath it. But you have your company bedrooms and like staff bedding up here as well. You have a lot of staff that are here already. But according to books, you guys are still in profit because of the other visitors you have. One thing that for Mongoose, one thing he's being told constantly by the guild is that if you make an addition on there, that'd be great. You can increase your profitability. Well, the Lore Clan helped build that within a month. And
Nice.
actually, that's pretty slow. Go ahead.
I was just saying, nice. I mean, even if it's slow, it's still getting done. So,
yeah.
Is that addition going to be a muster, or is it going to be shops like crafts work and whatnot?
Yeah, there's gonna be some shops available. They're not expecting profitability on the shops for the first 2 years.
Okay.
So they expect things to be built up. The profitability will probably come when other bandit groups or adventuring parties come by to sell their wares. But this is the basics for Fort Dargon.
okay.
And that's what you're looking at for the month of Winterfell. Like, Nerdy Ogre is really good at talking to other people and helping them to get labor set up and everything. And you kind of think for a moment there, like, he's actually good with people. Like, whenever they're in the mood to work, he's good with people. When they're in the mood to FO, like, that's when arm wrestling breaks out or he starts roughing up people. He's not breaking and destructive, but he just enjoys the challenge. So that's what happens with Fort Dargon. You guys, the new section, this portion over here, is kind of like an open birthing area. The Lore Clan doesn't keep any secrets from its members. Like, everybody knows what your wife looks like naked. Everybody knows what your brother looks like naked. That's It's just a different mindset.
Oh God, do we have pink flamingos out in the front yard?
No, well, we
Okay.
could. If you wish, we could.
No. Because then, like, all the swingers in the area will come to the castle. And no,
I can go get divine. Do you want me to get the divine figure?
no.
Okay.
Sweet Jesus.
In this
I'm-
little fort setup, is there a blacksmith area? Because I imagine that would be needed.
There needs to be one.
Poor Cormac. Stuck with all those dwarves.
And that's the other thing that happens.
We'll come back in a couple of years and he'll be like stark white.
The dwarves, while they're there, they disappear. The four of them disappear for about 4 weeks. And when they come back, they bring back 5 wagons loaded with rock. And they construct a forge. Initially, they just work on smelting things down, and after a while, the smelter is complete. They do have a blacksmith shop. Okay. So, let's see. Crafting for
Yep.
Winterfell. You start to practice on your spellcasting as best as you can, and you know it's going to take a little bit of time to perfect this, but you think you can get it done within the season.
Awesome.
I need you to. You can, for the most part, as a wizard, you can start working on getting either. You can either get good with your spell memorizations, which you really haven't stressed your spell book out yet. You haven't filled it up all 100 pages. But
Not even close.
the second and third level spells take up a few more pages each, but you can increase the amount of study you can do by either you pick 150 pages of spells that you can work with a day. You can make your spell books. You can hand make your spell books to be larger. Or, if you so choose, you can reduce the casting time of your spells by 1. This is the edge you get as a wizard at 5th level.
I think the reducing time would be the most useful to me right now.
Okay. So your casting time on all your spells is dropped by 1.
Awesome. Down so I don't forget it.
Also, at 5th level, as a wizard in the middle of the wilderness. The feats are not quite as extravagantly broad as you might want. One of the feat choices you get, do you have toughness as a wizard or no?
I don't believe so.
Okay. One of
Is
your
it
choices.
there? All I have is a section that says tough 55.
What? Says,
There's a little section that came with the character sheet that says tough 55. But there's nothing that says toughness.
okay. What toughness is it will give you an extra hit point per level. And that's for the length of your character. So if you go up to like 36 level, you'll get an extra 36 hit points. That's one choice. You don't have to take it. Also, you can learn Empower Spell, which increases the spell's variables by 50%. An empowered magic missile would now be considered a third level spell. But what it would do is the spell damage, like say you are 5th level and you cast magic missile. Right here, that's a total of 8 plus the 3, 11 times 50%, or plus 50%. So that went from 11 points of damage to now it's 17 points of damage. That's Empower Spell. That's if you want.
How do you gain health? You seem to describe it a different way that's written down on my sheet.
How do you gain health?
Yeah, for like per level.
You should be doing a D4 plus your Constitution modifier. So
okay. Well, I got a D6 written down for some reason.
oh, my bad. That was a D4 if you're arcane, a D6 for wizard.
Oh, okay.
What about for barbarian?
D12. All right, ladies and gents, unboxing some Duke Cannon new scents just came in. Their deodorant. They have naval diplomacy. Oh, the wife will like that one.
Do dice explode when you're rolling for health?
No, sir. Only for damage. Only for damage. Healing damage or actual damage.
Okay. Or if you have cancer.
Well, I'm asking because I rolled a 6. It's like, I don't remember Bruce saying that had that mechanic, so I need to double check.
You gain an extra 3 hit points and a ginormous goiter.
Oh, well, actually, I kind of took a couple of my points and bumped up my constitution, so I get +3 each level. So I get no less than 4 hit points. And I actually rolled a 6, so I get 9 hit points.
Nice.
I just jumped to 40 hit points. I am not a glass cannon. I'm not as good as a warrior, but at least I'm not a glass cannon.
Hey, Bruce, I'm going to take a picture of the new piece of paper that I filled out with the information I got from my notes. Now, this doesn't have all my spells written on it because I have that in a book with little tabs on it. But this is just for my character stuff. I'm going to send that to you in Discord. So when you get a chance, you can look it over and send me a message telling me what I don't have, or if I have something wrong on it. Okay.
That'll work. It might take. I'm not going to look at it all right now, but I
No, that's fine. I'm talking about for later on.
okay. So
Well, I think I'll take the spell power boost.
You have empower spell, and what's the other one?
Wow, learned a little bit of movie trivia today in this stream. Sweet. Hey, Soy, how's it going?
Movie trivia?
Oh, yeah, in the chats. Apparently, Bruce is related to some dudes that edited Uncle Buck.
If you saw how the Lombardos spread out, the Lombardos are a descent, or they're originally either Lombards or Longabeards, but if you knew how they spread out across the fruited plain of America and the rest of the world, you'd understand that like there's like no possible way we're not related. Like we're within 10 branches of each other on the tree.
I got to get in touch with my relatives back east. They do all that genealogy stuff. It gets really wild with my mom's side of the family. Because you got the Wyatts, the Bunches, and all that. And then with my last name being Meredith, I always wondered if I was related to Burgess or if it was just one of those weird things where, maybe we were a bunch of criminals and we just like swiped some dude's name before crossing over to the New World. Makes me wonder. Like how Ray Liotta found out that he was adopted and he was Scottish.
The other feat you could learn this is something you could choose otherwise crafting, but Mongoose gets the opportunity to learn this, and I'm dropping it in your Discord. That's the link to it. It's toppling spell. What the impact of your force spell is strong enough to knock the target prone. So anytime you hit people with a force spell, it only affects spells with a force descriptor, but you have to use basically like a D100 check plus 5 times your level. And if you succeed on beating their CMD, you knock them prone. So on every time you use your little close range fist or your magic missile spell or anything that uses force, you always have a chance to knock them flat.
That's pretty cool. I imagine like some sort of Street Fighter combo and then pow.
Yeah.
Blinding flash. Ooh.
You ever look at books and you realize your eyes suck and you're like, I need glasses? There are certain fonts that are just
I'm
terrible.
nearsighted. I can see really good close up.
I got 2 stigmatisms in my eyeballs. My night vision is pretty atrocious.
So
if you're diabetic, it's even worse.
My night vision
I
is
hear.
great. But,
You start getting like blurry vision and stuff. You think, oh, it's old age, and then you're making Quaker Oat commercials and shit.
okay. The last choice you have, as you're delving into your wizardly studies, is a spell called, or it's a feat called Dazing Spell. I'll get you the link for that there, Crafting Gamer. Works a little bit differently with my campaign, but the higher level spell you smash somebody with, if they allow a save, it negates the dazing effect. That does not make a save, they can make a will save to negate the dazing effect. But if they fail that save, they are dazed for a number of seconds. And dazed isn't exactly like a super hindrance, but they can't act normally. They don't have any penalty to armor class, but they can't make an offense. They can't make a defense. They can't make a movement. They're just stuck there. They're dazed. So let me get you this. Either of those. Toughness. What was the other one? There was another. Empower spell. There you go. Those are your 4 choices.
Hey, Bruce, is cataracts run in your family?
Is what?
Cataracts? Do they run in your family?
A little bit. My dad's got eye drops he has to take because he's got the start of the glaucoma. When I quit driving for a living, I can smoke weed. Look,
Yeah, my mother went in for routine surgery. What was it, Thursday? Because my grandmother had it really bad, and I guess it's passed along her line. So I asked her if she saw any ghosts after the surgery. She's like, "What? What are you talking about?" I'm like, "Do you ever see that movie, The Eye, with Jessica Alba, and she gets her cornea replaced? Starts seeing weird shit." She's like, "No." I'm like, "That's good. It means that you're not going to be haunted by ghosts or nothing."
Huh.
If the movie's got any basis in fact. I don't know. With all the weird medical shit that's been going on the last 5 years, can never be too sure.
Okay, so those are the options for Crafting Gamer. Now we go to 6 Nations, 31 Kings. During the month of winter, you already have you already know what weapon you want to get skilled with, or do you want to do that?
I guess I could go with the short sword because I was talking about it last session. That would be kind of cool to maintain my skill with the short sword. I was thinking maybe later on doing crossbow, so I could get like a light crossbow or something. Get my range attack going, but right now I want to kind of maximize my stabby, pokey, slashy.
Yeah, your short sword, you get good at it, you become skilled, and you get a +2 to damage to your short sword.
Sorry, I didn't mean to ignore you, Bruce. I was accidentally muted. I heard everything you said, and I chose a spell, toppling spell.
Okay. Now, those meta magic feats on your spells, they will bump it up a level. So instead of like casting a second level spell for 4 mana points, now you're casting a third level spell for 9 mana points. As long as you understand that, we're good to go.
So I should move something like magic missile to my third spell section.
If you wish. Oh, wait, you're going to do that every fucking magic missile. Damn. Awesome.
Just change it to Moab at high level.
That's a good one. I like the sleep one. I think that's neat.
Yes, but we only have so many more levels before that becomes obsolete. I've started because I was making, as I said, I was making a little story for Bruce's high level campaign. Almost everything past a certain level has resist sleep, resist sleep, resist sleep, resist sleep, resist sleep.
Not if you use the Cosby method.
That's awful. Oh.
So,
Secret is the Jello pudding.
do you have combat expertise yet?
No. I do not.
Well, what it does is when you use the attack action, you can take as much as a negative 25% on your attack roll and add the same number as a dodge bonus to your armor class. But that number, like your base attack bonus, it can't be exceeded by that. The bones for that information, I'll send you a link so you can see that. But I really like the old 3.5 combat expertise versus the Pathfinder combat expertise. I think that one's bullshit. But there's that. As far as edging as a getting your first rogue's edge, well,
This is so disturbing.
it is a disturbing frame, but you actually have a really they call it rogue's edge, and I hate that spell that description, but you have God, it's just disturbing.
Just behind a freaking wall with a little hole cut out, and you're sitting there doing your little roguish wink. Yeah. No. Bad choice of framing. Anyhow.
So you have 5 ranks in a skill.
I've put 5 ranks into magical device to
Okay. So for anything
I bumped
you have,
up bumped up my changer sense. I like that because it also deals with perception and got a pretty.
Anything you have 5 ranks in, you get access to the signature skill benefits for that. This is part of the skill unlocks. You can apply this to one skill that you've got 5 skill ranks in because of the Rogue's Edge. This is a freebie. They just give this to you.
You're so good at it, you get a little oomph to that skill, huh?
Yeah. So, like with 5 ranks, with just use magic device, you can use the aid another to assist another person's use magic device check by attempting to check against the use magic device difficulty class. So you could roll for them because you have 5 ranks or more.
Oh, that's cool.
It's you've got some neat skill unlocks there. You have let me go back to perception. If you put your Rogue's Edge into your perception, when you sleep, normal DC increased perception checks when you're sleeping is halved, and so your ability to not be surprised while you rest is greatly reduced, or your ability to be caught unawares when you sleep is reduced. And distance modifiers, it configured a little differently. Everybody else that doesn't have that ability will have harder times to perceive something. You get really damn good.
I've got 2 ranks so far in perception. I was just like going off the percentage.
Okay, if you can only have
It's at 30%, and with the danger sense bumped up,
okay,
gives a +5 to perception, traps, reflex save.
yeah,
That's what I was looking at.
5 ranks to get the Rogue's Edge ability applied to that skill.
Yeah, I'll probably do that on 6th or something.
Okay, that's fine. Allow me, I need to excuse myself for a moment. I have to use the loo. Coffee. That's all I'm going to say. Coffee break. Shit. Is this where
I've been drinking chai. I can sympathize. Tea and coffee, great diuretics. That's cool. One step closer to being purple ninja.
You are so funny.
What did I do?
No, I was what Six Nations said. It was funny.
Dude, I just think it would be badass to do all that ninja shit, and you're dressed in purple long johns.
I just thought that was just so funny.
Like,
it was a good movie.
Hope Connell's watching.
Has anybody heard
I
from
hope
Blake?
Tim Walls is not watching. Good God. X, you scarred me for this entire week. Like, it was funny the first 500 memes, but horsecock and horse jizz every other post.
Yeah, it's getting
No, thank you.
and yeah, I just go right past them now.
I'm hoping next week we have better memes. do 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 do. Those some nice looking horses.
Yeah, they take good care of them, it looks like. It doesn't look like any of the women are going without dinner. So they're not starving there. Thank goodness.
God, how do you fit all that cake in that leather? Jeebus.
Stretchy leather.
Women can pull that off. A guy tries to do that, thinks he's going to look like Jim Morrison, all wooing the crowd. And you just look like that gimp from Pulp Fiction afterwards, and it don't work for guys. We don't pull it off. Like leather trench coats, maybe circa 92. Yeah, maybe.
You gotta have confidence. Honky donk, badonky donk.
Bruce didn't put up the intermission because I disappeared, didn't he?
No, technically we're in an intermission. There's no music.
Well,
Maybe I should bust out some Bonnie Tyler.
Yeah, I don't have the ability to do it, but on his StreamYards, he could have played music. They have music.
Well, we'll probably get a copyright strike on the YouTubes.
No, I mean, there's music you're allowed to use. It's set up.
Okay.
When you're doing it, you can, it's not very good. I'm not saying it's good stuff. It's just music.
It's better than me belting out Bonnie Tyler. I mean,
Janet, I found a spell that you and I might like.
What is it?
It's a spell that if you find a dead body, doesn't seem to matter the species, you cast it on the body, and the killer's hands will turn red for X amount of time.
Ooh. So it would have to be, like somebody just killed someone and the lights are out or something.
Let's see, let me see if I can find the spell. 'Cause I don't remember it giving a duration to how long the body had to be dead.
So that we can.
the killer was caught red-handed.
Oh, so we can walk around, and if we see someone with hands that are red, we'll know they're the ones that did it.
Yep.
That's a really cool spell.
Imagine.
What's it called? What's the name of the spell?
See here, Red Hand of the Killer.
Cool. I'm gonna look that up real quick. I'll read it.
Imagine coming to like a little hamlet somewhere, bunch of old men and ladies, retirement community. All the youngins took off to the big city to make their fortunes. Find a corpse, cast the spell. Everybody's hands are red, except for the parties. Like, holy shit.
Oh, I don't think I have that spell in my book.
It's a retirement
I don't know how
community for
Bruce, this is from the
former assassins.
It's from what?
Cohort.
Sorry. So this is from the spells that Bruce told me to look through
Mm-hmm.
for
I'm in
certain things. So I'm going to put the spell itself directly into the Alpha Test Discord.
Yeah, I'm in the core rule book, and I'm in R, and you said red, right? Red-handed.
Yeah, red hand of the killer.
Yeah, there's no red.
Well, I'm just gonna put because this is something I know for fact Bruce allows because these are the spells that Bruce told me to look through.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna put it in the Alpha Test Discord.
Okay, I'm gonna go look it there because I'm looking through the book. I was gonna read it, but there's nothing that name because it's in alphabetical order.
Sorry about that, Nerdy Ogre. Didn't mean to leave you hanging there, bud.
I'm gonna look in Discord.
Nerdy, are you there?
It's all
Too
good.
bad the green room.
He was in the green room while I took a look. I'm sorry, sir.
It's all right.
I don't
Been
know
there,
if
done
you guys
that.
see this or not. We have a place here in San
Again,
Antonio.
the spell is sorry.
Where's
Is that
it
a
at?
donut with some bacon on it?
It is.
Oh, is it maple?
It is.
Where do you
Oh my
have
God.
it at? In here? In
The Alpha
Discord?
Test in Discord. The blue
Alpha
letters.
Test.
It doesn't have a picture.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna click on that real quick. Let's see where it takes me.
Oh, dear Lord.
And then
Ah,
he's going to work on his edging for a second.
D20, whatever.
okay. Red Hand of the Killer. That's a really cool. I just
Or
wish it was
at
in
least
the book.
one of us having that would be useful.
Yeah, I think it's great. It's a great one. It says the right hand of the killer becomes stained and indubitably
right.
red. Yeah, the
What
right
is
hand.
what's needed?
And the stain cannot be removed. It says, although it can be hidden by magic or mundane means, such as disguise themselves or by wearing gloves. If it's not a humanoid and they already have red skin, you wouldn't be able to tell. Or if they don't have a right hand, they have two left hands. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It
Oh, here's
says,
another
or
one.
if it
I'm gonna
doesn't
put a
have a
couple of
right
different-
hand, or for some other reason, the spell instead causes a red stain in the shape of a hand to appear elsewhere on the creature's body, typically on the chest. Cool. Yeah, this is really awesome. And it says the spell only
I got more
affects the
spells I want
creature
to
that
check out.
directly killed the targeted corpse.
See, the way this spell's written, I don't think it'd be like the way it's written. I would think it would take you at least 10 minutes to cast. You'd
Yeah.
have to spend like 20 silvers on the sanctified black candle,
Uh-huh.
and then you'd have to do that. But yeah, I like the way it's the prose is written. I just the casting time within 6 seconds, I automatically know. You know, they do get a saving throw, and they do get spell resistance, but still, that's
I just like the concept of the spell.
I like it.
Really interesting. I like that. Yeah, I would definitely want this spell.
Janet, I put another spell in the Discord right below the first one.
Okay.
And I think there's one more one. Oh, there's a couple of spells I wanted to check for us to check out. I think I got one more. Is this?
Yeah, I like that
Oh, yeah, this
one
is
for
definitely
sure. Magic weapon.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yep.
And then the next one is called Rags to Riches.
Oh, basically,
It's not
just
game breaking. Don't
enhances-
worry.
This one just really just enhances yourself. Right?
Well, basically, what it will do is magic weapon.
Mm-hmm.
What the magic weapon does basically, if we come up against something that has to have a magic weapon to hurt it, and we don't have a magic weapon, we can cast this, and it'll act like a magic weapon.
Yeah, so we can put it on one of our own weapons.
Yep.
Like if I was to put it on my sword, right?
Exactly. You can also do
Okay.
it for Lemmy.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I could put it on another character too.
Yep.
Right? Okay.
Anyway, I put yes.
I think
put
that's
one more
very
spell in the Discord I
versatile.
wanted to check out.
This could definitely come in handy.
That's definitely for certain.
It says you can target one weapon or 50 projectiles. Like, let's say that one of us end up getting to be able to shoot arrows. Don't we have a person that shoots arrows in our group?
You have 2 of them.
Okay, see, I could cast that on them, and then that would have their 50 of their arrows would be able to be a magic, even if they don't normally don't have that. That's a great spell.
Now, the one I'm talking about, Rags to Riches, I don't
Mhm.
intend to use this to trick people, but when you cast it on something, it temporarily turns into masterwork and it gets bonuses because of it.
See, it says here, you can affect as many as 50 arrows, bolts, or bullets. The projectiles must be of the same kind, and they have to be together in the same quiver or other container. You know, when you cast the spell onto it. It says projectiles, but not thrown weapons. So it says they lose their transmutation after they're used.
Yeah, well, it's a low level spell. It was definitely not going to be temporary unless you have
Yeah, but I still think it's a great
special means.
really
I'm pretty
good.
sure Bruce has means of turning it. Yeah. Oh yeah. Did you hear what I said about there's a third?
I'm glad all this stuff is all beneficial.
But I do like the red
Because as you're
handed.
You can get your hands
You know,
on
with
it.
that one guy on the other game that we were on, and I kept wanting to. I didn't trust him at all.
Yeah.
And this would have been great because I'm like, you know, people were dying and missing and all this different shit. We didn't know what happened to them. This would have been great to be able to just walk around and just look at someone's hands. Yeah, these are two
This
good
stuff's all
spells.
great that it's beneficial.
Because I've been going through my book trying to find different stuff, and there's quite a few good spells in here.
Lots.
Oh yeah. Oh, Janet, you must have missed it. I put a third spell in Discord. I wanted you to check out.
Okay, I'll look at it real quick.
Bruce, you remember the blood coin from the Realm of Terror box set? Ravenloft.
Oh, yes.
He's a master.
Yes, I do.
Because I was thinking that that one spell that turns the killer's hand red. I was like, God, could you imagine getting a really cool, shiny silver piece, and then, like, my character finally goes around, starts swindling people, gets like 1,000 silver or something like that. Next thing I know, I'm crying blood for the next 6 hours or something.
Well, if you want to do something like that, you can. I have Rags to Riches, which it temporarily turns an item into a masterwork item.
So yeah, so what would you like? What item? I mean, would you be able to take someone's
first thought-
armor and make it like?
Yeah, my first thought, cast that on the barbarian. You got to cast that before battle or something like that.
Mhm.
Cast it on our
Yeah.
barbarian.
but
but it's
could
only
put it on
temporary.
your. Yeah, it's temporary, but like if they have like leather armor on, you can make it more like the heavy metal one, right?
It just makes it masterwork,
Mail.
but it still gives it bonuses.
Yes,
Oh.
that's what I'm saying. It would make it more protective of the person instead of him just wearing
Yes, it does.
something else. Okay, that's a great one too. I love this part. It says components. It says a bit of burlap wrapped over a copper coin. I think that's so cool.
And that's not very hard to do, thankfully. Making sure we always have small bits of burlap and quickly become a pain in the butt. But
Change your champion's windbreaker into a members only jacket. Yeah.
That's right.
Okay. Well, I'm going to do something that's usually against what I do. You learn combat expertise at no charge. That's just something you learn. Okay, you
Oh, cool.
can go -5 you can go up to your base attack bonus up to a -5 or up to a -25 to attack to get a plus whatever to your damage or to your defense, to your AC. It's a dodge bonus, but that's one way you can keep yourself nimble and away. That's something that I think I'm going to institute, that all skilled characters start with that, because I don't like the idea of them not having the ability for that. That just, it seems like it hampers rogues not to have it.
And here I was getting used to getting charred and strangled and stabbed and
Yeah,
kicked, choked.
yeah.
Basically eaten alive by a demon.
Yeah, you're
Oh,
a
that was the
frontline
best.
character with no fucking defense of your own. That's bullshit.
It makes for interesting combat, though.
Mm-hmm.
What's Remy doing? Ah!
Your sneak attack goes up to 3d6. You get the ability for learning about learning the skills for Rogue's Edge, which you said you're going to hold on to that for a minute. That's fine. Danger sense, and you know about finesse training, so that's like something that you just do, like something that it's got to be a light weapon, but you can use your dexterity modifiers to attack instead of your strength modifiers. Okay.
Lemmy said when Six Nations mentioned about his character being in trouble all the time, what came to mind at the end of that was, I thought you guys said you had a rogue. Yes, we do. Ah, here he comes now, and a fireball just comes running down the road.
That's pretty close to what reality is. So
When you're underqualified, but you still get the job.
Isn't that called DEI?
Oh God, I'm a DEI hire.
Get you a shirt that says if you see me run faster.
Gonna have to be a player of color now.
Or you could just talk with a lisp.
So
Does that mean I get a card?
I don't know. Oh, we're terrible people. But
nothing wrong with being a feral person.
well,
Here, Captain of the Guard, I have my official card.
is it your man card?
It's not gonna work.
Your toxic man card?
Just a piece of paper that says I can do whatever I want.
No.
Sorry, Bruce.
You're good. Let's see, Crafting Gamer, you got your feet set up?
Yep.
Yeah, we already got your feet. All right, Lemmy, the feats that you are going for, what are you wanting to focus in? Because like that, you're kind of close to the Rogues Guild, and you're closer to you're inside the city of Reme, so like the style of rogue you want to become, let me know what you want to go towards, and I'll throw some options at you.
Well, so that's the tough thing. Like, I kind of want to be more dungeon focused because that's like the classical rogue. But then at the same time, it would be really cool to pull off some cool swashbuckly moves. And it's going to take a lot of skills to like pump up my perform. I've only got like 5%. So if I wanted to like do a duet with Flady's character Quinn,
Mm-hmm.
and wow the crowd, maybe, get some extra coinage. That'd be kind of cool, but that's going to be like a long ways off. So right now I want to focus on like staying alive in combat and disarming traps and other would-be hazards.
Now, when you say that, are you wanting to be, when you say more dungeon focused, do you want to be more acrobatically adept, or do you want to be more like I'm focusing on the traps?
Well, that's the thing. Like, if we end up getting into more trap-centric stuff, I could like boost my technical skills. But being acrobatic is cool because it's got a lot of flair and you can do some crazy shit. I just don't want to be the sneaky archer from Skyrim. That's what I'm not wanting.
I've never played that one, so I don't have a clue what that is.
I like the instances of Skyrim. I hate how short or how condensed it is, because Skyrim takes place over like a 10 square mile area and really is a small game. But there's a game previously to that called Daggerfall that I play quite a bit. I haven't played it since I got my new PC. I played on my old PC, but that's the game where when I turn it on, the day goes away. The entire day is shot. I play that. But Daggerfall is like the size of Massachusetts, and there's a lot to wander around on and explore. It's got infinite replayability from out of the box, and it was made in 1996. It is not a pretty game to look at. It's fun as fuck. But I'd rather play Daggerfall than Skyrim. Skyrim has a lot of potential. It's just a very shallow game. It's so shallow. Well, I got a girlfriend. I got laid. What'd you do after that? Oh, nothing much.
Yeah, so that's the only way to get a kid is adopt.
Yeah.
And only after you get the expansions.
And you can only adopt 2. Like, you can't adopt them all, turn them into thieves, and have them run your own little mini thieves.
I know,
guild.
that was
Like,
such bullshit when I found out you could only adopt 2.
I was going to be frickin' Fagin, and they were going to be making me rich. But no.
I was talking earlier about the Christmas presents I'm sending Shadow and Jackie. I think I should have taken pictures of the bags, but here's a couple pictures in the meme section of your Discord of the miniature I sent Jackie. I sent Shadow some cowboys, so they weren't anything special.
Speaking of cowboys,
Okay.
Nerdy Ogre and his barbarian. That's pretty badass.
What's up?
Oh yeah, and when we're high enough level, I intend to see about making him a chainsaw axe.
Oh, Jesus.
It's sitting in Discord if you scroll back enough of Alpha Test.
That's right. We'll be fighting Deadites next.
I've also got a scroll handgun in there. Which, like I said before, that kind of stuff isn't meant to make it easy, technically for you to instantly use it, but someone like Nerdy or you to be able to actually just reduce the percentage chance or reduce the required number. There we go. That's a better way of putting it. But that's something I also don't expect till we're higher level anyway. I just get excited.
Just got to figure out a way to throw in that lock, stock, 2 smoking barrels scene where Bullet Tooth Tony's talking about the replica pistols and how his says Desert Eagle .50. Abby, grab your socks. Blam, blam, blam.
So you can either go with nimble moves as a feat, which the first 5 feet of difficult terrain are just treated as normal because you're very nimble. Whenever you are moving, the first 5 feet don't count. Difficult terrain costs you double for your movement penalty, for your movement rates, excuse me. So like if you go through like 10 feet of difficult area, like gravel or whatever's difficult terrain, you'll essentially be moving only like 15 feet around at max. The first 5 feet of it with nimble moves is negated.
So like a floor full of Legos and D4s.
Yeah. You could definitely have that. Nimble moves is one. You could take the feat acrobatic, which gives you a plus 10% bonus on all acrobatics and fly skill checks. And when you get 10 or more ranks in those skills, the bonus will increase to 20% for those 2 skills. That's acrobatic. Then you have the fuck is that? Hold on. Oh, hell no. 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 Okay. So the there's 2 of your possibilities right there. Third feat choice, you haven't taken toughness yet, have you?
Took that earlier. So
Okay.
I got toughness.
All right. So every time you level up, make sure you add that hit point to your tally. You already have dodge as a feat, right?
I don't think I do. Let me do this here. Yeah, actually I do. God, that's only 5%. We forgot that. Shit. That would have helped so much
What?
if I had pumped up my dodge. Basically, I have to redo my character sheet because I get that mixed up with some other stuff. So yeah, I got toughness and I've got dodge.
All right. So aside from nimble moves, acrobatic, you could put your skill focus feat into your disabled device, which gives you plus 15% miscellaneous bonus for your disabled device. Also, when you get 10 ranks or more in disabled device, that blossoms into 30%. And then what's the other feat? I always like thinking for.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
Well, I wrote in there. I'll be right back.
And the other feat that you really don't know if it worked well for you, but you could try it, would be improve feint.
Something tells me I need a rubber duck or a rubber chicken.
So, what improved feint does is you basically fake out your opponent, and usually feinting is done at your weapon speed. Not really effective thing to do, but you can do it. But instead, improve feint. What you can essentially do is it adds another 2 seconds to your attack. But when you do improve feint, whenever you're feinting out your opponent, you're able to do that. Try to fuck them up because you're rolling your bluff roll against their sense motive check, and if they fail their sense motive, they lose all their dex bonuses. Which means that at the end, when you make your attack roll, you get your sneak attack damage. That's if you want. I'm not going to force that on you.
So if I were to use this improved paint, if I were to do this, here's my leg, here's my hand, boom, gotcha.
Yeah.
2 for flinching.
Yeah.
Got it.
So you can
Yeah, I
do
think I'll
that.
take that. I think I'll
Okay.
try that. That looks like it would be fun and kind of retarded at the same time. I'll come up with something creative.
Okay. Nerdy Ogre,
Yeah.
do you have power attack for your barbarian?
No, I do not.
Okay. As a barbarian, as a man who rage is really good for you. Like if you rage in combat, you have so many seconds where you get rage.
Mm-hmm.
Power attack with your two-handed weapon, that war axe of yours,
Yeah.
gets devastatingly beautiful with it because power attack, you take off 5% to hit. At fifth level, you're taking off 10% to hit, but if you attack properly, you are dealing 6 extra damage.
You trade power for accuracy.
Say again?
You trade accuracy for power.
Accuracy for power.
All right.
If you want to do that, you can. I'm not going to say you can or can't. That's your choice. If
Sounds like a good one to me.
power attack is something that opens up a lot of doors also.
Yeah, I was looking at Brawler because of my gauntlets there.
Brawler?
Yeah. For rage power.
Oh yeah. You get the and whenever you're raging, pretty nice ability to have. You treat as if you're treated like you have improved unarmed strike, and if you already have that feat, then you're going from a die 4 to a die 6 damage. Improved unarmed strike is nice whenever you're weaponless.
Yeah.
That's your choice. Brawler's a choice. Rage powers for Paizo. I'm sorry if you guys.
Fueled.
Rage powers.
I was going to say, fueled by caffeine and hate, you're basically going to become a drill instructor.
Yeah.
Or just a mom or a dad.
Parental fury. Oh. Have the ability to whip off your boot, swing it like a boomerang.
Yeah, my mom used to take her flip flop off, and she was really good at hitting one of us girls in the head with it.
Yeah, my grandmother was basically Xena. Talk any shit, they're gonna be getting a chakram to the head.
You have some choices for rage powers. In Discord, I dropped you the list of Paizo rage powers, and they're not bad. Brawler's good, although if you have the feat, it allows you to have a little bit better. But with exploding dice, sometimes a D4 is better than a D6. It's your choice. Fueled by Vengeance isn't bad. Knockdown is a great. Once per rage, you can make a trip attack in place of a melee attack. And I'm still not certain if I want to have the knockdown effects in this game the way that they have it from 3X, or if I want to add something in there like just a roll that the DM makes for every fucking combat that, or every roll that hits could be a knockdown. But I haven't decided on that yet because I'm still fucking with it in my off time. That was what I messed with 3 days this week. I'm like, I'm not in the mood to paint. Let me try these. And the KD isn't bad, but I think you guys would rather me not add that into the game because it just adds one more layer of complexity. Anyway, knockdown.
Well, it really doesn't it depend on what type of enhancement it does, depending on what it adds to the game or for that play of the game, whether you want to add that extra layer or not. You see what I mean?
Yeah,
but on each level.
The reason why I was saying that was that there are some times where, like, the trading of hits, you just stand there and go against your opponent. The two of you wailing each other, and that's it. But real,
like old school WWF.
Yeah, but like real fights, like typically, like if somebody just absolutely wails somebody, there's a good chance that the other person just literally staggers back or gets knocked down.
Mm-hmm.
And I was thinking about that. I was watching a lot of boxing and UFC this week while I was doing these little test runs, trying to figure out how I could simulate that properly. And it would be like there's a die roll with every damage roll that's rolled. I have to roll and see if the other person staggers or whatever. And I thought, that's okay for me, but I don't know if I want to make that mandatory. I might throw that in the optional rules for the GMG, for the Game Master's Guide, but I don't want to make that to where like every attack, every combat, you have to be rolling dice in the background to see the two combatants remain standing. Every time somebody gets hit with anything, arrow or whatever, it
got that random hit location and calculation to figure out.
I've already got the random hit locations set up, and that's basically just off the naked die roll of to hit.
But see, you could do that on special fights. Let's say you have two guys that are mad because one caught the other one stealing or cheating on his wife, or whatever the circumstances are, and they call a duel, whatever. Mm-hmm. So that battle could be like that, where one would strike and then you would roll for the other to see whether they fall or they miss, they jump out of the way in time. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
To make it more intense for that one type of battle, depending on which one, because I think that might be kind of exciting, to watch the two people fighting. You know what I mean? What do you guys think?
I leave it in your guys' hands. You're as much the author of this as I am.
I mean, I think.
Do you hear boss music?
But I could see you
And then suddenly
not
the
wanting
boss.
to do it for every single time we fight. You know what I mean? Pick it for specific types of fights. You know, like when you were playing Xbox and you get to the very big fight where you're fighting the big bad guy, you'd want to have it more exciting and more deep in detail, right? Than just the regular guy you're fighting on the side of the road to get there. I don't know.
Waffle
That's
House.
just,
Then it becomes a very niche thing, and like you have to take into consideration how often is that situation going to come up to make it worth it.
oh no. It depends on why he adds it, whether it's for this type of fight or that kind of fight. In specific types of fights, he would be the reactionary person.
Next game I run, what I'll do is I will run, like there will be certain combats, like you'll understand, like when they're I'll let you know before we start, like, hey, I'm gonna try testing the combat knockdown rules for this fight, and we'll see what happens. And
Okay,
if
that sounds good.
I'll let you guys know. By the way, like we have an idea of how things could go, and it might be just a small skirmish, or it might be a massive fight with 30 or 40 figures on the table. I haven't decided yet, but we'll figure it out. That's not a problem. Nerdy Ogre, your
Yeah.
damage went up with your two-handed axe, right? With your war axe.
Right. Yeah. It went up. The damage is 2d8 plus 4 now.
Okay. All right. Is it? Wait, did you say 2d8 or 2d8 or 2d6 plus 4?
2d8.
Okay. That's what I want to know. Okay.
Hey, Bruce, have you ever had the Highland? Sorry, I just interrupted.
Go ahead.
Oh, I'm changing my coffees for my subscription from Blackout. I do that every once in a while. And I found one called Highlander Grog.
Okay. Me and Chris both like that one for different reasons. I like the aftertaste, but it's kind of like a Scotch aftertaste on that, if that makes any sense.
Yeah. I'll try that one.
Yeah, I just got no compromises for Connell.
Yeah, his package is from me is supposed to arrive on the 13th.
He's really not like he just needs like a good event happen to him, you know. He really does. Janet.
Yep.
Isaboo's final portion of her training.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. You can focus on extra channeling, which gives you 2 extra channels a day.
Okay.
You can go with armor training 2. Armor training 2 will take your movement rate from 20 feet around, or 20 feet of movement speed, to 30 feet of movement speed.
Mm-hmm. So I can have one or the other?
Or you can train in heavy armor, which means that you'll be at 20 foot around with heavy armor, but you can use heavy armor and not have it affect all of your other skills that are dexterity based. Because right now, if you put on heavy armor, there's no. First off, if you're wearing heavy armor, there's no swim check for you. There's I hope you breathe water.
Yeah, I don't want that. I'm not even leaning towards armor right now.
Okay.
I think my armor's fine. Now, but the other 2, I can pick one or the other?
Yep.
Okay. I think I would rather be able to do the 30 feet instead of 20.
So write down armor training 2.
Okay, armor training.
Yeah, because you already had armor training 1 where you're able to use up to medium armor without penalties.
Mm-hmm.
You
Okay. because I have 4 channels right now, and I have extra potions for healing and stuff like that. But I think the extra training would help me more for the team than it would the other 2.
Well, the ability for you to just move around a battlefield and be unhindered is nice.
Yeah, I like that better too.
I mean, I guess I could say something like what Kamala Harris said. What was that? The to be unburdened, or to not suffer the accountability from past actions. Very communist saying, I might say, and she repeated it so much that it was in my head quite a bit for the next couple days.
Yeah, that was straight up out of Marx's playbook.
Yeah.
Have you actually noticed the difference between her commercials and Trump's commercials?
The only
haven't watched-
commercials I've seen of her is her asking for money. That's the
Yeah,
ones I've
she
seen.
asks for money, begs for money. Donald
Mhm.
Trump, if you got money, give it, but don't stretch your budget. We got plenty. So I've only seen one of his, admittedly.
I just saw something. I guess I have to. Let me post this and show you guys something that I saw.
Mhm.
She. All right, so.
What can be unburned by what has been? Was
This is
the
her-
quote.
This is her in the middle of that ad. Today is the day I hope you decide to donate. Please donate. Now let's look at this necklace of hers.
Mhm.
Old graduated link necklace in yellow gold.
That doesn't look right.
$1,000.
I hope that bitch goes broke.
And she's asking for, can you send me that? I would love to post that.
That's like those AOC sweatshirts for like fucking $85 or some ridiculous shit, and something that you'd pick up in a Kmart.
Yeah, and I brag about this great shirt I'm wearing right now. I got it at Goodwill for $5. And I love it.
Hell yeah.
I've worn it multiple times, and I'm not embarrassed to say well about it.
Janet, you also have to remember, most of us here are rednecks. Rednecks don't brag about how much we spent as an expensive. We brag about how much we got it for cheap. I only paid $5 for these shoes. Yeah, they're used, but at least they ain't got fleas in them.
That's right. I mean, I love a good bargain. I love yard sales at flea markets.
Yeah, that gold chain makes me think of the Ray Stevens songs with Jesus Wore a Rolex on the television show. Have you ever heard that one?
But see, see.
Uh-oh. Hold on.
Never trusted Adam.
I love this shirt.
It's so true, too.
And I know, but it's perfect for me. You know what I mean? It's my personality, and I just love this shirt. And I got it for $5. I remember first time I got it, I was showing it off to Bruce. I was like, "Look at this cool shirt I just found."
If you had purchased that offline, I'd be asking where you got it, because my mother would love that shirt.
Yeah, well, you'd have.
I think she actually knows a guy named Adam.
I missed out on the opportunity to get a Jack Burton for president for 2020 shirt.
Mm-hmm.
Anytime that there's a Big Trouble in Little China
I'm proud to be
reference,
cheap. I probably shouldn't say it like that, should I?
thrifty.
Thrifty,
Cheap
yeah.
could mean quality.
You know,
Okay.
do you guys listen? Do you guys watch Habitual Wine Crosser?
Yes.
Yeah,
Sounds
you've
familiar.
got me to watch it a few times.
Okay, well, he's a content creator. He usually will have different countries or military equipment on camera, and you just see eyes and a mouth on it. So you have the B-52, they call it the Buff, the big ugly fat fucker, and they call it Grandpa Buff because he talks like this all the time. And then you have the F-22, which he talks like this. he's the kid. I'm untested. All I've shut down's a balloon. And so, like, they have like the country of China pop up. The Great China. Oh, look, it's West Taiwan. Don't call the Great China West Taiwan ever again. It's so fucking good.
It's hilarious.
I know, he's funny. He is funny.
I've been watching him a lot. I feel kind of bad about it because there's certain things that are just, I can't believe that's at the level we're at right now. But apparently he got word that we sent some F-22s over to Iran. And so Grandpa Buff in the last video is like, oh, that's good. We're finally going to get our money's worth out of the kid. I hope the kid doesn't get so fucking bored with those trash ass Iranian planes. He starts getting in the habit of doing trick shots. And that put a whole bunch of new ideas in my head. Because I could completely see one of our nation's pilots getting bored out of his gourd with the F-22 trying to I'm going to give your F-14 30 more seconds. You can flee or we can try to dogfight, but I'm going to get behind you no matter what. And I could see that happening very, very well.
Yeah, I was rewatching some old 90s Air Force combat. There was F-14 Tomcats, and the guys were just sticking around. And it was so hilarious.
I still love the F-14. I know that's antiquated. I know it's old, but first off, the Sky Striker was modeled off of it, and then Top Gun came out, and then Skyfire from the Transformers was supposed to be an F-14. So it's just that if you're an 80s kid, like you
it resonates.
All right. So while the winter goes on, I know you guys probably don't have any real like big plans for your characters during the winter, but aside from leveling up and doing stuff. Also, Janet, that's called what you just did was the Cleric's Edge. And when the character gets to 5th level, be it as either a apprentice class or as a journeyman class, 5th level you start getting options like that. Because I think having options like that kind of helps flesh out the system a little bit more. It gives some more tactical stuff for the miniature side of it, but it doesn't feel like it's overburdened. I might be wrong, but it doesn't feel that way. Not yet. Shit, I didn't even... Just give me a... Oh, there's Nerdy Ogre's stuff. Okay. All right.
Was it a dark winter?
Say again? Is it a dark winter? It's not Alaska winter, if that's what you're asking. But I will say that with the addition of Quinn and a lot of the females here at this location, the addition of the party has turned this into a better congregational grounds. The addition of the Lore Clan, it provides a variety of entertainment between the fact you've got the entertainer as Quinn, and then you have the elders of the Lore Clans talking about the various ways of the Eld community and how all of that ties into what's going on right now and how people need to stay strong and not get involved with things that do not concern them. but that over the course of the winter time, you guys learn a little bit, like just as a informal bonus, like anytime you guys are doing any sort of wood construction, the entire group working together, I'll just like it'll be a lot easier for you because you guys already had one fall where you spent 1 month building a fucking side of a building to a point where you can have like almost proper insulation between the rafters and putting a lot of animal furs to good use in the insulation area. This is a real cozy fort. Even though you guys have a lot of stonework involved in stone, doesn't really insulate from the cold very well unless you're underground. But this, it's fine. It's comfy, even super pleasant. Not trying to be overtly weird or anything. However, during the winter, Nerdy Ogre, your constitution goes up by 1 point.
All right, there was a couple of things that needed to be asked.
Go ahead.
Well, one set, I should say. As long as the dwarves can, since I know we have one stoneworker, I wanted to either expand or if there wasn't one, build a basement to the fort.
You want to build a basement to the fort?
Yeah.
Okay.
And over the course of winter as well, since you said we gather interest, how much did Janet and I's 700 gold in each account gather in interest?
Oh, that's right. I forgot about that.
All right. So you won't find out about this until the annual letter comes back. But
Okay.
For the purposes of what you've got and what's going on, I'll just say that you have an increase in that 700 gold by 4%.
4%. Mine was only
not-
600.
Oh, 600.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
mine was $600 that I put in, or 600.
okay, but it still goes up 4%, and that's I mean, the bank doesn't really give. And it doesn't like to share the profit on interest a whole lot, but for gold, especially gold dumped in values like that, they give you 4%. And most of the families that are involved with banking, once they start getting liquored up, they'll tell you that the most they're going to give is about 5%, and that's for values over 1,000 gold on a yearly basis. But at the same time, they're making sometimes only 8%. And so when they talk to you about this, it makes it sound like they're eating ramen noodles and they're struggling just as much as you are, and there's not a lot of faith in this coins, blah 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 blah. But everybody trades in gold. There's no other currency. Like they might have different markings on the currency, and some of these coins might have been shaved, maybe 1 or 2%, but it's not devalued, not like paper money is. But they'll tell you that 4% is really good, and because you guys didn't try to dump 10 gold in, oh yeah, I want to invest this, you're going to get maybe 1.5% on that. You dump 600 gold in, we'll give you 4.
Mhm.
We'll do that, but we award the statements every year, 12 months after that, and so you got a few more months before we can get back to you on your investment. But one of the bankers in town, if you go to Reme and you start talking with the various Mordegoths, is the banking family that is there. Mordegoths, if you make your way into town and you put forth a sincere effort to try to befriend one and be like, listen, I need a financial advisor. Well, this is what I do. This is what I have this property, and I'm also a wizard by trade. But if you spent like 3 weeks basically trying to court one of these banking noble types,
Mhm.
like the last half that third week, you start going out and doing stuff, and he starts really opening up to you and just telling you like the secrets of the trade, where if you just want to play the investment game, you'll earn at best 5% a year on solid precious metals. But if that's what we offer the other banks that were here in town too. They might offer you 3, and he can verify that. You can verify that in your off time. It takes about a week and a half, but he tells you all these secrets if you want to go that route. But the Morgoths will tell you, like, the most we ever have awarded anybody on investments in 1 year on precious metals is 5%. However, there is something to be said. There are some stocks and some bonds that the banks trade amongst each other. Once you get to a certain wealth level, if you start trying to play with those, you'll have turnaround points of like maybe between 8 to 12%. But you got to get bank rich, if that means anything to you.
Well, I'll definitely take my time to court one of these guys because.
And the more they're not nice people, like as the Rothschilds family is, where they just look down on everybody that's not in their bloodline. Yeah. Like that's how the Morgoths are. Like it would take you 3 weeks to like get an audience and talk to them. The entire time you're writing letters. Hey, I'm seeking approval for this loan here. This is my business plan. And then finally, after about 2 weeks of daily badgering, their secretary would send you, just come to the office. He'll talk to you. He'll give you an hour of his time. And it's a lot of effort. But you can
I would say with a 20 silver investment, you go with the Lemmy plan. Buy yourself a ski mask and a big pointy sword. Get at least 100% of what you're going after. Takes a little bit more work and some finessing, but you got cash on demand if you're willing to work for it.
No, I'm trying to reinvest it in the land so our families can make even more money.
Mm-hmm. I put the money in there. That was my very first lump of some money I got, and I wanted to put it in there after I donated to my church because I didn't know whether or not they would have to pay to have me buried or whatever. So I wanted to have a little bit of money saved up, depending on what happened to me and whether I made it back or not.
Yeah,
that was all I was thinking about.
Well, my long-term plan. My long-term plan. I should say my short-term plan first. Everybody puts in money until we have enough for. I'm actually aiming for resurrection, if there's resurrection in this game, or at the very least, replacing of limbs. Mm-hmm. After that, we still collect money, but then it goes into a slush fund that goes into investing in the land around the keep and land in Reme, where we came from, so our families can make even more money. And as time goes on, maybe start investing in dwarven mines and things like that.
Don't dig too deep. So, Bruce, does this fort have a midden underneath it, or does it have a midden underneath it, like a refuse pile? Or is it like we just like toss shit out the window or whatever it is?
Whatever it is, they have different treatments of waste for everything.
Because like if Mongoose wants to build a like a basement or dig deep underneath and do like multi-layer or whatever, if we have an existing midden underneath where we just dump all our trash, we could just have that dug out and then convert it into various rooms, and then have the dwarves actually do their dwarvy thing. Start chiseling away.
Jen and I would have to take several weeks using the cleaning spell, cleanse, to clean that place out.
Yeah.
If that was the case.
Mm-hmm. Mending
One-
spells too.
One thing that will happen in the first month, okay, after you guys have already got your edges, after you've all gotten your feet, in the month of Oros, after you guys get out of your hangover, and by the way, being at a fort where there's a lot of young ladies, a lot of older ladies too, but ladies of any age still think of the same thing.
Oh, dear God.
If there's an 80-year-old woman in there
A lot of cougars.
acting like Mona from Who's the Boss, she's looking for the nearest fucking, where's the Charlton Heston? I'm going to slip him some blue pills and ride that wrinkled pony. You know, she's doing that sort of thing, and she's got that on her mind. At 18 and 80, there's not a difference in women's mentality. There really is.
I just had a horrific thought, though. How many females approximately are in the fort?
Between the lore clans and the workers for the guild, you've got right now. There's 117 people here, and out of that is 71 females.
Okay, and of that percentage, how many are of childbearing capability?
First off, this is a fantasy realm, so menopause can be negated with a magic spell. If a 55-year-old
sweet Jesus.
If a 55-year-old woman wants to burn the
So they could
silver,
all sync up at once.
yeah, after you guys start to cycle all at once.
Oh, Jesus.
In the month of Oros,
Men are going to have to go out and hunt. We're going to be gone for 6 months. We'll see you later. It's the safest thing to do to prevent unnecessary death and destruction.
Ooh, one of the questions I forgot to ask.
I thought it was bad when my girlfriend and her friend linked up when we were subletting an apartment with them. Me and my buddy had to take off. Could you imagine, like, tens of thousands? My God, it's like apocalyptic.
You can imagine how my poor dad felt with 5 daughters and a wife.
I know
That's what it's.
the man was basically living outdoors, taking a shower in the
he
creek.
did shit outside. I want you to know he did shit outside.
No, he was pretty lucky because he had a drivable camper. We had a camper, so it had a shower and a bed and everything out there too, and a bathroom. So if he needed it, he'd just go out there.
The man camper.
Yeah, man camper. That's what it was too. But yeah, that's what made me laugh was the thought of that. I forgot all about that. But you're right. It would be really overwhelming, especially if there's only a few guys there by themselves with all those people.
So 8 hours ago, I just checked YouTube. 8 hours ago, Angry Cops released "Did Walls Abandon His Military Unit?" And he already has 153,000 views on it, not including
That's
the guys
epic.
who watched it on Pepperbox, which there's no special features on that video, sadly, but he did upload that to Pepperbox with just a clone ability, and it was a very good video, and I have no respect for Tim Walls.
Neither do I. Nerdy is in the green room, by the way.
Nerdy!
I couldn't see anybody. I couldn't see anyone in there. Oh, that's right. He wrote it down. Okay. I forgot I can't see anything because I'm not running the room.
It's okay. So, over the course of like the month and a half to 2 months, about the 10th of January, surprise, surprise, that day came up. The 10th of January, you gentlemen, like, there's a discussion amongst the men that kind of flits from ear to ear. It's not really someone they declare openly in the hall, but a lot of the lore clan guys and a lot of the people employed by the the guild itself. They are offering, why don't we go on a hunt, gents? It'll be during these days when the Red Sister visits, and it'd be a good idea for us to not be here. We can
You
leave,
can
or we can take her with
call,
us,
call her Aunt Flo.
but we know where there might be some elk, and it might be worth our trials to go and find elk, or at least have a night where we're not disturbed in the middle of the night by an angry, raving woman. Yeah,
Go out to the still and make some maple moonshine.
yeah. I will say that menopause does happen around age 40 for humans, age 40 to 50 in this world, Janet. But all it does, like you can ask a priest of Freya to allow your dusty cobweb tubes to get fluid in them and to provide a autistic child in 9 months, and therefore, like a woman who's typically beyond her ability could literally go pay for the ritual to be done, and then that night her mate seeds her, and once again she's with child like she was once in her youth. So a conceivable situation between like a woman of post maternity age to her death that could happen. It's a world full of magic. Okay, you can. There are no. First off, there's no trans people in this world. Trans is not something that is. Magic is a thing. So if you're like, dear God, or of whatever, blah blah blah, I pray that you change my sex because I'm tired of my dangling dick. Well, you're going to have an actual functioning vagina. Your hips are going to swell a bit. You're going to actually have monthly problems, and you're going to have the possibility of having a kid or two or three. Secondly, your Adam's apple goes away, and you don't have any signs that you were that sex before. You're actually pretty, unlike the trans people we have now. They have to have makeup and everything else done for them to come out like, oh yeah, I can provide a boner in another person. No, you can't.
Is this going to be in like a world book or?
No, this is just how I'm running the world.
Oh, okay.
Even if the world book says trans people are a thing, no, they're not.
Hey, that's literally no worse than One Piece and the fact that I have basically devil fruits in my game. There's a devil fruit called the horn fruit. With it, you can literally turn a man into a woman. But it ain't no trans shit. It's literal full change.
The whole change happens.
Transmogrification.
You
take
have
the
that happen.
dipstick away.
Like you completely change. There's not a community for you of people that have changed. There's just like that entire sex. If you have questions, ask somebody. Hopefully you did your research before you got the spell cast on you. And most people, like if you thought, like if people would go around proudly proclaiming I used to be a female until I paid for this transmorphication, they don't do that. Like they're after the surgery or after the spell goes cast, they're really quiet. They absorb a lot of information. They ask questions because otherwise to say shit publicly like that is to invite obfuscation. People don't like adventurers, okay? People don't like you guys, for the most part, in cities because you
We cause problems.
We're strangers.
You're strangers. You've got a lot of money. You can sway public opinion by throwing a few bards in your payroll. You can fuck up an entire community with just one weekend of the psyop, okay? But most people accept you guys because typically you'll do things other people won't. That's where you guys shine. That's why we have adventurers. Like there's a dragon over there. Please kill it before it comes and burns the town. And when it's time for the dragon to burn the town because you died or you neglected to fight the dragon, the town has a 30% chance to survive a dragon attack. Good luck on those dice rolls. They put up with it. They put up with adventurers. somebody that's going around proclaiming, I had the surgery, I used to be a woman, now I'm a man, that person's going to get ostracized so hard. Like, even elves don't really acknowledge other elves that are adventurers, but the level of desolation in a heart is exponentially multiplied because somebody's out there trying to start some gay or some pride mentality. No, we're here living normally. I get 3 silvers a week. I buy my wife the fabric she needs to clothe our kids. Please don't talk to me about your fanciful operation because you didn't like the way that you were created. I'm sorry. And that's just how generally the populace of this world is. It's not an inclusive society. It's very closed. It's very much like, no, we don't accept that. Now, Bard's Gate's different because it's a big town. Reme is a little different. It's a big town. But even the ideas or even the mores that you think would be so different because there's magic in the world, typically it doesn't really affect a whole lot. Socially, it's like as if somebody would introduce magic in the 1900s or 1910s. You'd see a lot more magic going towards like agriculture, or going towards construction. Yeah, magic for war is great, but you don't see that shit in the open. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
100%.
Even I'm learning necromancy.
It's a traditional town.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And they, that's. I'm not trying to go on a tangent or be like hateful. I've already celebrated the death of YouTube CEO Susan Wojcicki, whatever her name is, because she was a cunt that destroyed lives, ruined. She ruined lives. She caused apocalypses. She was part of the CIA psyop that ruined YouTube and took it from a nation of creators that were not independently controlled by one central authority like it is now. I mean, YouTube does everything in their power to sway your mindset. Like, you want to have an inclusive audience. No, I don't. I want people that want to play games. I want to have people that want to have fun. I don't want to have people that are here to be dickheads to each other. I want the group of people that wants to play RPGs, to paint
We
miniatures.
want entertainment.
Exactly. And go ahead.
I'm curious, like, I don't know if it's tinnitus. Did you guys hear that? It's like a faint.
I don't hear it.
Oh,
Do you hear it?
That's almost a sure. As
Heard
someone
you
with
over mute.
tinnitus, that sounds like tinnitus to me.
I mean, I think I hear something, but I don't know what it is. I mean,
what
I just
what was
sound.
what was her name
I don't
again?
hear it.
That just died. The CEO from YouTube.
Something Wisakowski or something like that.
Yeah.
There it is again. I don't think it's the stream.
Get a ringing in your ears. That's terrible.
That
Do you have
That could
do you have
be.
earphones in?
I've got the one.
Is it in the ear that you're hearing? So take it
No.
out and hear it.
No, my other ear is perfectly fine. No, I think with the stream and how you're describing your world, it's causing people to agree, and it's just picking it up.
Maybe.
I'm so happy.
Like when Obi-Wan felt all those people on Alderaan get smoked. Yeah. Okay. Never mind. Continue.
Now I have a fan going on in the background of me. If I turn it off, can you tell me if you can tell the difference? At least then you'll know
Well,
if that's it.
If it was your fan, he wouldn't have been the only one that heard it.
Oh, okay. It's like an air purifier I have in my office.
Yeah.
But I always have it on, so that means it would have been on every game that we've been playing.
Oh, cool. My AC finally kicked on.
Yay.
It's only 95 today, so not too bad.
I wonder what
I get to
mine
wear
was.
pants.
So the month of Oros comes about, and most of you do your training. Everybody should have had their feat selection. Everybody should have had their edge. If I didn't, let me know. Going once, going
I got the
twice.
line written down.
Okay.
I think I'm real good.
And by the way, this guy, I'm going to read this real quick.
Yeah, that's from X.
Okay, so this is back in '68, part of the Reconstruction. Not really certain. It stands
68 was a bad year. Almost as bad as 86.
1886 was when it was passed by Congress. It was ratified in 1868, and it gives a Bill of Rights to formerly enslaved people. Now, when it says formerly enslaved people, does that mean the English, the Irish as well, or is it just for black people? And
If you're asking people from England,
yeah,
Irish aren't people. You're asking the Irish, it should.
So the 14th Amendment failed to extend the Bill of Rights to states. It failed to protect the rights of black citizens. So Reconstruction was a determined struggle of black and white citizens to make the promise of the 14th Amendment a reality. A petition initiated court cases. They enacted legislation. The executive branch attempted to enforce measures that would guard citizens' rights. So anyway, yes and no. It is partial tyranny. It's not a cure-all, but you can only go so far. I mean, it has to be a case-by-case situation, I think. There's some people that when they became freed slaves, they didn't know exactly how to act. They didn't. They had to be mentored into a life of freedom, if that makes any sense to you. You who've only known freedom all your life. And criticizing freedoms we have today. All right. Enough of that. So, once you enter the month of Oros, the snows become really heavy. 30 of the men, including the party, including the one female they do take is Isabu, because the party does not want to travel. They don't want to travel anywhere without Isabu. That's just that's your security blanket. That's your safety blanket.
But where are we traveling to?
Not too far away. There's a few lands not too far from here where the hillsides provide good shelter against the chill north winds.
Mm-hmm.
And they show you some maps. They unroll the animal skins where the maps have been inked and detailed.
Yeah.
So once you get on the way for that, it takes you about 3 days travel through the cold. And one thing that you feel as the second hour of the morning sets in, as you're shivering against the withering wind, Janet, you get the feeling that you could probably cast some sort of endure element spell.
Mm-hmm. Okay, let me see what I have.
Your deity tells you that
Boots of warmth.
you can cast this third level spell called Communal Endure Elements.
Okay. Let me write that down.
It allows them to receive you've got 30 of them, and you're dividing 24 hours amongst 30 people. So there's a lot of casting on this.
Mm-hmm.
You'll cast it again and
How
again.
how many mana does it take each time?
It takes 9,
9 mana. Okay.
but you cast it a few times, and it allows you guys to weather the worst of the bitter cold.
Where's my paper? Where did I lay it down at?
You cast it over the course of the next 3 hours because you can touch one person and give them an hour's blessing, and you can touch 24 people with one casting.
Okay. And
So-
how many people are there again?
You're taking 30 men out with you, and you guys
Okay.
get to this location where there's evidence that the elk are not too far from here. As you're wandering through the snow. Oh, nerdy! Your constitution went up. What's your new constitution?
14.
14. You
14.
gain 5 spell points from going
What's
to
that?
15 to 14. You gain 5 spell points from 14 to 15, or from 13 to 14.
Spell points.
Because your modifier for your con goes to a +2. Your 5th level, you gain 5 new hit points, and whenever you roll your hit die, next time you're rolling a d12 for your hit die, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, you're going to roll a d12 and add 2 extra hit points because you're high con. Because you're human, you have a choice between an extra skill point or an extra hit point. So if you choose a hit point, you'll actually be doing a d12 plus 3 for your skill for your hit points per level.
All right.
That's for you, man.
Sweet.
Okay,
I think I'm playing my wizard wrong.
how are you playing your wizard wrong?
He's got a higher constitution than the warrior.
Okay, I'm just going to say, yesterday I was at work and I went to this one Japanese restaurant here in town,
Yeah.
Mhm.
and the owner of the restaurant decided he would hang out with me and the other guy that came by because he had a trap that was pretty big, and the two of us, we had to use our trucks to get in there. It was a 5,000-gallon trap because they've got this strip mall, and all of the septic, no, excuse me, all of the grease from the 3 restaurants goes in this one trap. And we had to pump out 5,000 gallons, and I had enough room to finish off what my buddy didn't get because he filled up pretty fast. And once I got there into the position and started loading in, this is like at 9 a.m., 10 a.m. in the morning, and they're working, and this old Japanese man is standing right above Satan's asshole, and they're running the water, so the water is carrying the smell from the pipes into the grease trap. The grease trap is open, and this man's standing right on top of it, and he's just smelling all of it. He's not even affected. He's like one of me. He's like one of us. Just that smells doesn't make his eyes water, doesn't make him like pull his shirt up over his nose or nothing. I wouldn't say he enjoyed it, but he didn't complain. He wasn't no bitch. A lot of people, when they see me working, they immediately like grab a handkerchief or pull their shirt up, and they start playing the bitch card real easy, real fast. Like, oh my god, I can't believe you do that job.
Mhm.
That's just how they are.
Yep.
Yeah,
So-
those grease trap tanks, they're not the most pleasant of aromas.
No.
See here, what was the saying?
Better than sewage.
Smells like
Respect the
biscuits and
man-
gravy.
What was the, oh yeah, that's what it was.
Worth.
There's an awesome saying I once heard: "Respect the man that can lift his weight. Respect the man who can think. Respect the man who lifts his weight. Respect the man who can think his, basically think himself out of a problem." There's an actual word for that. And then the last one: hail the man who can deal with any smell. Yes, I
Reminds me of
smelled some
the-
stuff.
Oh, go ahead.
I was saying I've smelled some stuff before, and it's like, yeah, I respect my garbage man, the sewage man, anybody who can withstand those nasty smells. I respect.
Reminds me of the hazing ritual that my friend had gone through because he was one of the orderlies of a hospital and psych ward. And one of the things that they did was they'd get the colostomy bag and then just give it a little bit of a squeeze so you get a whiff of the stench from that thing. And if you can hold your own and not puke your guts up, you're a part of the crew. And I was thinking, man, that's brutal.
Ugh, I don't know. I would have failed.
Because I can handle pretty much most situations. You know, somebody's bleeding, vomit, whatever. But diarrhea, ooh, I start getting queasy.
Yeah, my one daughter, she deals with that kind of stuff because she works as a dental assistant for an oral surgeon. So she has to do a lot of the sucking and vacuuming, you know what I mean, of the person when they're sitting there
Yeah.
unconscious.
Been there.
I couldn't do it. I can tell you
I
that.
had braces, and there was this nice, rather attractive assistant that would be there every time I got my wires adjusted or brackets redone and whatnot. Just sitting there, sucking up all the spit and whatnot, and going about her business.
Ugh.
It was like, this is funny. Sitting there like, this is your job.
Every time I go to the doctor,
Vacuuming
or the
fluids.
dentist, I'm praised as an excellent patient.
Yeah, I had to have a root canal done, and after I was finished, they said I was the only patient they've ever had that slept through a root canal. But that's the reaction I have whenever they give me those shots in my mouth. I fall asleep.
See, I really, I can sleep through anything. And the first time I went and got my wisdom teeth pulled out, he gave me an anesthetic. And they said it might not be powerful enough. We've had some people just shrug it off and just be awake the whole time. Not me. Not me. I took
slept
that
through it?
anesthetic. I slept right through it. All four wisdom teeth are gone.
Well, I didn't have my wisdom teeth taken out, but I just slept through a root canal, and they were surprised. They said no, because that's just the regular shots that you get when you get you get fillings and stuff. So I don't know. No, my wisdom teeth never bothered me, and when I had that one tooth that I guess I grind my teeth, so I have to wear a mouthpiece. But I cracked the very, very back tooth on my bottom right hand side of my jaw, and they had to take that tooth out because I cracked all the way to the root. And within 2 months, my wisdom tooth started growing in. So it's like I didn't even lose a tooth. So I was lucky I didn't pull it out.
Okay, so You guys track down the elk, and gonna have Nerdy Ogre. Do you have the survival skill, sir? You
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead and roll a D100 and add your skill to that, and let me know what you get.
Alrighty.
Hopefully, you don't end up like Oregon Trail.
89 plus 30.
You help the group track over the course of one afternoon, and snowfall has stopped, but you still manage to find light tracks through the snow, and you get a chance to come up over a small ridge, and you see on the other side of this ridge where you're at, there's about 17 elk there. And you inform everyone, and one of the other scouts in the crew, he goes about and talks to the others. Everybody finds out that indeed this is a good situation to be in. We can send different groups, different directions. We can attack them from these 3 vantage points.
I had a quick question.
Go ahead.
How much did you say a wand was again? A second level wand?
How much does what again?
A second level wand?
A second level wand. A second level wand costs you 750 gold.
Okay.
Or 750
silver.
silver, my bad.
All right, what's the level 3 ones then?
How much for level 3? 4,500.
45. Okay. I don't have that much. Just planning for future things.
Okay.
Thank you.
You guys come over this hill here, and you see that the elk are kind of in a sheltered area. There's some trees around here, happy little trees. There's about 17 of these boogers all over here, but this tree line is really odd for the fact that it's kind of like cupping this area here, facing the northeast, northwest, and the north. But you can tell that the elk have been here for a while, because all around this is kind of like trampled snow, and there's a little brook that goes through there. You think that there's a vantage point from here. It's pretty high up. There's another location here, and a final location here. Between the 4 wizards that are in, I wouldn't say 4 wizards, between the 1 wizard and the 3 apprentices that are in the party, and plus all the other individuals that are here that have good knowledge of curing meat and preparing animal feasts.
Does that location seem mystical or magical in any way?
Pretty mundane, actually. The mystical location is about 50 miles away from here, where when you go there, you've noticed that there's a place where it just feels very thin, like you could reach your hand into a tree and pull the wood open, and then step into the first realm of the Fae.
Ooh, yeah. I try to avoid that for now.
You think that is what happens 50 miles away from here. That's to the north of here. You're about a full hex away from Fort from your home. But this place here is mundane as it gets.
Okay.
And that's a good
Well,
thing.
you used the word unusual to describe it, so I was a little afraid that we might be trampling in
fine.
some forest spirit's territory.
No. That's one thing that the Lore Clan, ogres, relatives, there's about 1/3 of them are sensitive to supernatural situations.
Okay.
And that's one thing that provides them such a good longevity, is that they can kind of steer away or go detect, like there's something supernatural, there's undead over here, let's not be here. And that's exactly how they are.
Cool.
Like modern people, they've got all these pollutants in their body, and only in the last 100 years have we started to look down on myth and paranormal stuff. We don't have the same value for people that can sense, the presence of ghosts or great tragedy being within the same area they're standing in. We don't value that. But up until the 1900s, people took that as a value, like, hey, this is a nice, clean place. There's no demonic activity here. There's not been a murder in this location. Let's settle here. And that was just something that you just went about your business. You could tell when there were evil spirits around. You could tell when you were in an area that was blessed. You could tell. And we still have people that are sensitive today to that. They have a functioning third eye, but society doesn't value that as a skill for some odd reason, even though we should.
Yeah, because they could tell whether or not the crops were going to grow and stuff like that. Yeah, I have Indian ancestry, American Indian.
And nowadays, you talk to an American liberal about Indians, and they're like, "Oh, those drunks, all they do is drink firewater and just rake in casino money." Whereas if you go to a reservation and talk to Indians and get to the elders, like, you could sit there and just shut up for 6 hours and let them talk and gain a real understanding. If they can speak in English, or if they have a translator, they can convey to you the common wisdom that you should already have.
Yep.
I'm back.
From outer space.
How was it?
Well, I went to go tinkle, empty my bladder, and came back with an egg salad sandwich and some Pringles.
Oh,
And I
So
don't
basically
normally
you went
eat
to,
Pringles.
you relieved yourself and you scored. What a lucky guy.
So basically, you went to Uranus and you came back taking a pit stop at Mars, huh?
Greg is based. How you doing? Okay, so
Don't forget about the layover in Atlanta.
you got a new person in your chat.
I see that. Greg is based. How you doing, sir?
The name seems familiar. I think I might have seen him someplace else.
The algorithm changes with person to person. If you look at a lot of Pathfinder first edition stuff, I pop up. If you do a lot of third edition gaming, I pop up. If you look up D&D family, I pop up. I don't know why, but Garrett changed that at one point. But yeah, some odd reason I've got a reach, and I don't know why. I mean, I like
Stranger
it.
things have happened.
Yeah.
I mean, the way that current politics and society are right now, it's like weirder things have happened.
They like you better than you thought they did.
Or it's a sign of the apocalypse. Either way, roll with it.
Hell is freezing over. No, I'm just kidding.
If you ever said bad things about Susan Wojcicki, that might have brought you here too. I wish I could.
Yeah,
pronounce
if YouTube brought you here, it's punishing you for something.
That's mean. Bruce is a good guy most of the time.
Most of the time.
Okay, that's cool. He says I played it twice, didn't like it, but I watch a lot of low view channels. Okay, and my channel's throttled, so hi. So as you guys are picking off the elk,
Should have been a TikTok influencer.
I know, right? Except for my dance ability sucks. You ever want to watch a guy have a seizure? Let me perform this dance for you.
Let me sing the song of my peoples.
Yeah, we want to see the dance. I don't want to hear the song.
You don't want to see me dance, Janet. Really? I might cause
The
you to
walk,
have
the walk that makes them talk.
Yeah, do the stomp.
the white guy stomp. Okay. You guys pick up some locations and start targeting the elk.
Mm-hmm.
Within 20 minutes, 9 of the 17 elk have fled. The other 8 are ran down as they are injured greatly. And the 30 of you take up the coveted job of dressing the wounds as best as possible and preparing the elk for transit.
Mm-hmm.
Throughout that time, one of the adepts starts giving everybody these strange little black beans and says, put them between your gum and your lip. It'll help keep you awake. We're going to march back to our community and we're going to deliver these fresh meat. You, he points at Isabu, I need you to cast this spell. It's called Death Knell. And what it will do is prevent the meat from rotting.
Okay. How many mana points is that?
It's just going to be it's going to be a total of 32 points of mana.
Okay. For all of the meat.
Yes.
Okay.
So towards the end, at the end of the day, your day ends the next afternoon at 3, or roughly about 3 o'clock. Isabu has passed out riding her horse, and one of the Lore landsmen lashes her to her horse so she can ride and not fall off. But she is completely exhausted and out of mana. She's the type of person that she would spend every mana point she could, and she does her best. But
And I'm skilled at riding a horse.
yeah, you know how to lash yourself in, and they help you with a couple loops around your chest to lean you against the mane. You guys get back into the nice warm confines of your inn, of Fort Dragonar.
Doragon.
Doragon, excuse me.
Yeah, Doragon.
Fort Doragon welcomes you, and the 30 men are tended by the 60 women. Isabu is tended to by the stable boys as they unlash her and then carry her to the common room area. And you guys that are in the group are tired as hell. You feel like volunteer firefighters that were at a plant fire for the past 12 hours. Some of you have a little bit of rime on your cheeks because the frostbite got nasty for some of you. But you are safe. And over the course of the next month, between Isabu and the other clerics that are, or the other divines that are here to do their work, no lasting damage happens to any member of Fort Dargon.
Good.
And you have fresh meat, which 8 elk divided amongst 70 people, really not a lot, but that's roughly, how heavy is an elk?
I don't know. They're pretty big. They're bigger than regular deer, like twice as big, at least.
All right. Every elk weighs about 317 kilograms, 700 pounds for one elk.
Mm-hmm.
So it took 30 of you to bring back 8 of them. And wow. Didn't realize they were that fucking big.
Yeah, they're huge. Not as big as a moose.
You guys have the ability to get this prepared, and the Lore clan and Dargon staff agree of how this should be divided up and how you're going to properly work this. And once the magic fades after Isabu's spells wear off. And the main thing you guys did was you guys pulled the intestines out once you killed them. That way it doesn't poison the rest of the meat. But just to be sure, even though it's sub-zero temperatures, you guys did your best to not let it get affected. And then you start the process of smoking. The dwarves are impressed by this because humans have a different method of smoking meat than dwarves do. It works. Mm-hmm. And so now you have about 3 tons of meat to feed you the next couple months, along with the other foods you have.
Mm-hmm.
During that time, you guys kind of get used to life at a singular location. You get used to living with your families again. In fact, as the 3rd month of the year, let me find the calendar here. In the 3rd month of the year, 4 of the families involved with the vineyards in Freyermond, you guys asked Mongoose, we want to put some holdings out here. If you would it be possible for us to build some small manors out here?
Sure. I don't see any
You
reason
have the
not to.
authority. The trade guild has given you the authority here.
Yeah.
After about 6 more months, the houses are built. And so now there's not just a small trade hub, but there's 4 good-sized residences. When I say good-sized residences, I'm saying places with 6 bedrooms or more. And
those are practically mansions.
Say again?
Those are practically mansions.
They are. Along with that,
Dude's basically become a minor lord in 5 levels. That's epic.
Mm-hmm.
the rest of you are helping out with this as well, and you guys become quite a part of this. Even you, Lemmy, who returned back from Reme, and immediately, once you get back to the Dargon, some of the ladies of the staff would like some time with you. Apparently, they've missed you.
Oh yeah.
And I'll actually cut the family since they're families of the. Sorry,
Go ahead.
I was saying since the families are part of the group's families, I'll cut them a really good deal too about being here. In 4 years, I'm gonna have to start paying taxes on this. They pay the taxes. They're welcome to continue their family. They're continuing living here. With 4 of them, that's actually not very much each.
Landlord simulator. Yeah.
I don't really have a problem.
I'm sorry, what, Bruce?
Let us know, because my inner ski wants to know about that.
I'm sorry, you were far enough from the mic. I couldn't hear you.
So, you guys do a wonderful job. As Fremont starts, new people are coming out here, and Mongoose,
Yes.
you and Arya have a decision to make. In your absence, is she allowed to make decisions for you in your name? She seems
Yes.
to have your best interests. Okay.
Well, not just my best interests in indirect. She also has the best interests of the guild, which right now enhances my best interests. So it kind of works with each other.
And her kid, your child.
Yeah, and her kid. So all the way around, it's in everybody's best interest that both the guild and I succeed.
That's right.
So yeah, I'll definitely let her do so.
Excellent. She's going to do her best. That's all that I will say as a DM. She's going to do everything she can to make it to where you don't have to worry about a lot.
I can't help but think that there's going to be some sort of political intrigue.
Isn't there always?
Who's the dungeon
Like,
master?
this is all, like, yay, we got all this cool stuff and things are working well. And wait a minute, why isn't my life fucked up yet? And then the frickin' Trogdor comes in and burninates everything.
Don't give him any ideas.
I hate it when the burninating starts.
Yeah, all we hear is "Yeah, I'm the Burninator," and everything catches on fire.
Or you find out a dragon is going to move in. Or next door.
Well, that's not a bad thing, depending on the dragon. If we're talking an evil dragon or a colored dragon, we're screwed at this level.
Yeah.
Please let it be Puff.
Puff the magic. I don't know if I've told this story before. Back in high school, the detention teacher loved to play Puff the Magic Dragon in detention to annoy the students. Every time I was in detention, I would go, "Randy, play Puff the Magic Dragon," and all the students would go, "No, dear God, no!"
Isn't that technically torture? Definition, cruel and unusual punishment. Like
That depends on
enhanced
how you look at it.
interrogation techniques or something.
I was kind of hated by the lunch detention kids because of that.
So, once you have that decision, the month of Aoster starts, the fourth month of the year. And with that, let's see. I was trying to think of what the holidays were, but as the spring day starts, they have a grand celebration, and you guys are given a small missive from the city of Reme. And as Mongoose unfolds it, what it says is, to Mongoose, or your name here, we have noticed that over the past year, you have done consistently what is in the best interest of your family and those around you to try and promote the property which you inherited from these actions on one violent day in this year. However, it has come to our attention that we need to treat you as if you are a taxing entity.
Son of a bitch, the IRS.
Due to the nature of what has been transgressing in your location, we will treat your location as a settlement. Please be aware that your new taxing year starts the first day of Aoster, and you may figure out these tax rates with the enclosed abacus. We sincerely hope to have great relations with you. Signed, the Duchy of Reme.
Of course, I'm not going to give you a dollar amount. You got to figure that out, and you got to give it to them, and then they're going to tell you whether it's short or
April
just enough.
Such a shit day. How much money do I owe? We don't know. You don't know? Well, we do know. We have a number in our head. Are you serious? Yes. It's terrible. I hate that.
That's why tax avoidance is the best policy. They can't get you for refusing to pay taxes. You just avoid the taxes.
Just so you understand where things are, they're going to treat you like a settlement.
Okay.
They're going to have small interactions with you. I don't see them turning hostile. They will be financial transactions.
So you're basically an unincorporated part of the tax code.
Yes, it has to sit down and figure out just how much he's paying. Well, if nothing else, it's a good thing I'm a wizard then.
Okay,
Mathematics is one of
so
the things I have to
are we
deal
going
with.
to go to this guy's place and burn him down?
Say, what do you mean?
You can't burn down the IRS.
It's
Not
like
recommended.
think the
have
IRS
contingencies.
is Hydra. It's Hydra from Marvel. You cut one head off, two will just arise.
In the real world, after World War III happens and everything's wiped out, they still have a plan in place for the IRS to collect taxes. Think about that.
Yep.
That is some devious shit right there.
Well, I mean, one good impulse bomb, and that would screw up some plans.
Does Reme have eminent domain?
They have that ability, but they haven't flexed it. Reme has recognized that eminent domain is not a not a way to conduct themselves.
Yeah, that's okay. I was actually expecting this anyway.
Well, looks like meth is on the menu.
So Arya says we're going to need to put together some roles for people. We have enough people that are in our little community here to where what can happen if you're not around, business can still go on. A lot of the people that are here to substitute for your friends can help out, but it might be a good idea for you to be here 1 week of the month. That's just up to you. As it stands, within the city itself, or within our little community, we have a block of mansions. We have a tavern.
Just need a golf course.
A smithy. And we have one row of tenements which are adjacent to the tavern.
Tenement sounds dirty. I would say like vacation bungalows or something.
Actually, we have 4 mansions.
Vacationing bungholes.
If I have to be here 1 week a month, that pretty much kills all my adventuring.
If you can't be here, I can take care of things. She tries to dissuade you.
Delegate the workload. Airbnb some stuff. It'll be all right.
I kiss her on the cheek and say, only if that's really what you want.
She says to you, she's like, this is going to offer a lot of opportunity for the two of us. And we might have, right now, it's just a way station. But within a decade, sweetheart, you could have 5 or 6 children, and you could be the ranking domo over this domicile, which spreads its fingers, and all of these businesses and nobility from the city of Reme are here paying you taxes. It's not something I really like, but I like the idea of us being responsible for fostering the group of people. And we can always tell people that are trying to sell in this area, if we don't like them, we can make them very uncomfortable. Please don't live here. Like, do I enjoy all these people from the guild here? Not really. But they respect me, they respect your home, and they don't try to cross lines. That's all I ask.
Sounds like my adventuring days aren't over quite yet then.
Go for that deluxe apartment in the sky.
And our good friend Keto Simple joins us in the chat. How are you today, Mr. Keto Simple? He has an epic beard, by the way. He does. 5,000 subscribers on YouTube. Congratulations, sir. Janet, are you subscribed to Keto Simple yet?
I don't know. I'd have to click and see.
With your recent doctor's viewing, it would be a good idea because they have a lot of gluten-free goodness. over on his channel. He's got videos stacked up the wazoo for gluten-free life, and it doesn't look like it'd cost you much.
Yeah, let me go make sure.
Please do. I hope you're doing well, you and your wife and family.
I am subscribed.
Yay!
And for those of you watching, if you would like to donate a super chat of a minimum of $1, you too could help free all the galoons.
Yep. No gluten for me.
I will definitely say that that's not on my radar yet, but I'm sure that if I live poorly, I'll have to live gluten-free.
Well, I live healthily. It's my allergy. I'm allergic to it now. I was sensitive to it like 6 years ago, but now I'm really bad allergies. I'm starting to get rashes and swelling and stuff like that. Sucks. Because I don't even eat pasta, but I do eat bread and a few other things. Like that licorice. I was heartbroken over it.
Try keto bread.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm going to have to go shopping and buy some stuff.
Where there's a will, there's a way.
So
Bruce, when you got everything,
go ahead. Did you guys hear him break up? Or
I was saying once you got everything listed out, that information.
What do you need, sir?
Oh crap! I'm breaking up badly. Can I be heard
Go
now?
ahead.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. When you're done, when you're done listing everything for the keep, could you put it in Discord for me?
Yeah.
Thank you. I'm keeping a whole bunch of documents about all this. I got documents for our stuff, documents for the fort, documents for what we're going to sell, documents for the slush
I
fund.
thought this was a role-playing game, not economics. Oh,
Yep.
There's a reason why I love hanging out with Kai and doing games talks with Kai. He and I play very similarly. There.
Care about the little details.
I just try not to be a murder hobo. I'm not above it. I'm not below it.
And murder hoboing bores me personally.
Yeah. My big sin is power gaming.
Yes, same here.
I want big, bad, tough. And then, I mean, I try to rein it in. I try not to let it, but I can so go over that edge real quick, real easy.
All right. So I have a new channel in the Discord for you. And let me drag it down to the...
That was NEW, right? And not NUDES?
Correct. New is
Okay.
Alpha Test Kingdom Building. And I got you the link for the information you need there, Crafting Gamer, and the 4 items which we have built so far.
Okay.
Right now, the build points are 4,000 silver for 1 build point. So don't worry about that stuff quite yet. I'll be throwing some money at things, and there's a lot of behind the scenes stuff that has to go along with it. I don't want to really focus on that, but that's something that is going to be part of our campaign. But the majority of stuff that we have listed there, those rules transfer over pretty cleanly once you do the conversion. If you have a question, just let me know.
Cool.
Keto,
It's going to be more organic.
Keto, I was on Twitter until yesterday, so apparently we're done with Twitter. I do have Gab and I do have Minds.
I think I'm on Gab.
I love Gab. Gab actually has all the creators I want to be around. Okay. He says, I need to get you my phone number. Okay. That's fair. All right. So the month of Aoster starts, which is the fourth month. It's definitely springtime now. And we just covered within 5 hours of gameplay and rules session, rules updating your characters to 5th level. You guys are now going to advance the clock for a little bit. The majority of you are going, well, for the next 2 years. Like, there's things you can go partake in if you want to. If you want to go adventure while you're young, you can. But as you are in your late teens, a lot of you realize that you can make money with your friend Mongoose. You can do things in the city of Reme. And for 2 years, you guys provide a small, you do merchant materials, you do caravan guard exercises. Some of you get really close with members of the War Clan, which Ogre's a part of. You guys have 2 years of activity, which isn't considered wartime or rough existence, but it's not peaceful either. The reason why I like the idea of this campaign set better than traditional D&D is that everyone you meet in traditional D&D, unless they're a class or hero, they're 0 level, and they only take a single sword stab to kill. I don't believe that. I think most people are pretty resilient because they're higher level in real life. It takes a few times of whacking someone with a war axe before you finally get a limb hacked off and you spew blood everywhere. I honestly believe that. I believe that a lot of people are very resilient because they're between 3rd and 7th level. They found a way to be comfortable in life and not have to worry about things like, you know, uh, rent or food. They figured it out. And a lot of people in this world did that. A lot of people in this fantasy world do that. So they level up slowly over the course of years, but you guys, for 2 full years, you guys go whole hog into the settlement and building this up. And eventually the tenements, over the course of 2 years, the tenements go away. You turn that into housing. Now you guys can keep the tenements if you want to, but you have a better chance of having more success with the houses because the tenements cram people together too much and there's too much of a variable to where you could have crime happen. You don't want that. So you guys start building things slow. And for 2 years, you guys do this slow build. Over the course of that 2 years, all of you in the party earn yourself an additional 735 silvers for reduced risk as opposed to going into dungeons all the time. But you're with family, you're being caravan guards, you get to know certain people on your treks. You make this trip from Fort Dargon all the way down into Reme, and you've got about 7 or 8 stops you have to make. You guys get really good at your job. Meanwhile, Fort Dargon has a 10-year plan to where they're going to add other services to it. Arya and Mongoose have a partnership which gets talked about by a lot of bards that are not used to dealing with people from Oriental style lands. In fact, whenever Mongoose goes out in public, one thing that'll get asked within the first 7 or 8 questions is, where are you from? What family do you belong to? What heredity do you have? And you realize just how much more narrow-minded people are after your grand adventure towards Stoneholm when you were 18. Isabu even picks herself up a boyfriend, but after about 7 or 8 months, he starts talking about things and she just doesn't feel right.
Can't do what I do if I have kids.
Well, within the church, you do. But you would need to, there would need to be something changes in your life for that to be allowed.
Yeah, I'd have to quit gallivanting across the country.
Oh, and the paladin girl, she died.
Oh,
That's the one tragedy you guys have. There was an evening in Bard's Gate about 3 months ago, and you were unloading everything, and she had gone in to secure a room for the night for the 6 of you, and that's when somebody, all you heard was a scream, so you guys stopped talking to the stable boys, and you make your way into the interior of the inn, and the barkeep and wait staff have blood splattered on them, and they're pointing at the exit door, and they're like, they just left. They just ran out. And into the night, that shadowy thief left. You guys kneel down by the paladiness, and you realize that her heart has already stopped beating. Whoever it was, they were doing a targeted attack either against you or against her. As now, it's a few months later, and you've completed your contracts. And in the process, Reme is discussing things with some people while the rest of you wait at another table. Finally, that person says to Lemmy, I believe whoever it was that killed your paladin friend, I think I know who did it. Or I think I know who knows who did it.
what do you mean? How do you know?
Now, this is Lemmy. Lemmy's over about,
Oh, thought you
about
could tell us.
30 feet
Okay.
away. Yeah.
Okay.
Lemmy's discussing things with his contact. This individual's not acting suspicious, but he says something was said to one of our fences, and it bears repeating to you because she was your friend, but there was a confession from poisoner Darelith Gillis. And Darelith had said something to the effect that the paladiness had been in his sights for years because she had brought his father in after arresting his father and his uncle. His uncle she outright killed in a sword fight, and the father gave up. And so she took him to a secure facility, and the son decided to go after her. But he hasn't answered for his crime. He feels that his crime has been is not a crime. He feels it was vengeance. But that was information that the fence figured that you'd want to have. If you guys want to avenge her, you can. It stinks that somebody would have that problem, but if you wish to go after them, that's completely up to you. You do with that information as you see fit.
The problem is, with no evidence, it's just murder.
That's how her death was treated.
Yeah, I mean, going after him.
Well, there is a non-domain spell that Isabu has discovered called Red Hand of the Killer.
Yeah, and we can just find out. Just ask questions and find out what supposed she had done that was wrong when she killed his dad, or whether it was
No, Janet.
Ben. What?
We already found out why she was killed. What Bruce is saying is you learn Red Hand of the Killer, and you can cast it, and everybody knows what that spell does. So if his hand turns red, we have all the evidence we need.
Well, the thing is, we still want to know why she had to kill his father. See what I mean?
He was a bandit, so she was bringing him in being banditly.
Oh, so basically he just killed her because he was pissed off that she killed his dad.
Yes, it's petty. He's not even his dad, his uncle. His dad's sitting in jail, still alive.
Okay, I thought she said it was his dad.
She defeated his father, and she killed his uncle.
Yeah. And then killed in a duel. It wasn't like she just outright murdered him.
Well, when he comes back and tells the rest of us about it, then we'll have to decide what we want to do. If we want to do anything. If we should.
Janet. Bruce is giving you Red Hand of the Killer.
That means you have it now?
Yes.
Yeah. I'm not against you having that spell. That's a low enough level spell. You can pray for it, and you can have it. Sure.
I'm going to write it down, and I'll do whatever I have to do to earn it. That's a really good spell.
I think bringing the killer of a paladin to justice is definitely a way to earn that spell.
Well, wait a minute. Was it murder or was it a duel?
Yeah, his uncle was killed in a duel. He killed her with poison.
Yeah, she went inside to go get you guys in-room keys.
I thought he stabbed her because there was blood on other people.
There was.
He stabbed her, but
blade was poisoned.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so
I know, but okay.
So our paladin friend killed the uncle in a duel, a fair and upright duel, right?
Yes.
It wasn't really a fair and upright duel. His uncle and his father were trying to stop whatever she was doing, and she probably was acting in the interest of law because she was a priest of Mir, or a paladin of Mir, and
But
she wouldn't be
the point is it was more or less a fair fight.
Yeah, they tried to flank her and take her kidneys, and she ended up killing one of the guys and then imprisoning or getting the other guy imprisoned. And that was years before she met you.
And then and then she was poisoned because she happened to, because she killed. Okay, so all right, so yeah, let's go get this old bastard.
Okay. Oh, so he's already come and told us, all of us? Lemmy
Yeah,
has.
this is like 3 months. 3 months later, you guys are fulfilling the contract in the city of Reme, and your contact, and her name is Annette.
Mm-hmm.
Meet Annette. She's a spellcaster. She is a arcane caster. Her favorite spells are things that render her opponents unable to defend themselves, like sleep or color spray. That's her jam.
Mm-hmm.
Sweet.
Yeah, it's a little bit blurry on my TV. Bummer.
Yeah, it's because she's a little bit close to the
My
camera.
bad.
It's all right.
Can't see the cleavage, dude. Sorry.
But okay. Well, I'm going to cast that spell. And so, how many mana is that? Oh, is my mana back up to what it was before we went elk hunting?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to put it back up there then.
Awesome. I'm following.
Yeah, in the spell, in the D20 thing that Bruce says is a Red Handy Apprentice is a 3rd level spell.
Red Hand of the Killer.
Which is not to be confused with the 8th level spell,
It's actually
Furry Palm of the Blinker.
Red Hand of the Killer is actually a 5th level spell.
Oh god.
And
Oh,
how many mana is it?
5th level spell is going to be 25.
25. Okay.
I don't know if you can cast that spell yet, Janet.
Oh,
That-
okay. Well, whenever I'm
So-
capable of doing that, then we'll have to do it so we can capture him.
Yeah.
Kill him or find him or imprison him or whatever we're going to do.
However, it's not hard for you to get a hold of a scroll of it. The problem is that you need the corpse slain from, this is 3 months ago, so you can't use the corpse as the focus. But you have a name. I even put the name in the Discord
Okay.
for alpha test.
Yeah, I came close to saying I want to save her hand, but that would have been creepy as fuck. So no.
Dearest. Dearless. Okay. Gillis. Okay.
Excuse me.
So all we have to do is put a word on the street with one of us that we want to hire a thief or whatever to accomplish something for us, and maybe he'll come to us.
Well,
What we're waiting for is for him. Sorry.
Go ahead.
What we're currently waiting for, Janet, with a little bit of Lemmy's contacts help, waiting for a murder associated with him, and then we cast Red Head and the Apprentice, and we catch him for that murder.
Mm-hmm. That's a good idea too.
He's not. That's not his only crime he's committed. I mean, he's recidivist in nature.
I was going to come at, but we're online. That would be bad. Can be an inside thought. Got less than 100 days until election, and I don't want to be Arkansas-sided.
Okay.
Where would a former Arkansas governor and a she-demon wife of his hang out?
Are you sure you want that answer?
Probably not, because it's going to involve certain types of eating establishments and then like basements and weird, creepy shit. I don't want Taylor Swift and Lady Gaga hanging over my body. doing some weird spirit cooking shit. Anyway,
Do you think he ever goes to visit his father in prison?
possibility.
So that's a way that we could probably capture him.
Well, first we have to
Or
have
at least find out where he
evidence
hangs
against
out.
him.
First, what?
But first we have to have evidence against him. Otherwise, we're just committing murder.
It's okay, we're the adventurers.
Well, I'm not going to just kill him.
It's okay. I have it on very good authority. He killed somebody. Trust me. Ding.
So what do? We go down to the prison and we wait for like his contact, because like this guy's probably not going to want to go in person, but he's going to send a kite or something to his dad while he's behind bars.
Well, if you really, really want to get this over quickly, because this is what it sounds like it's going to be like, everyone chip in some silver and let's just have him assassinated.
Well, then they can just say they assassinated him, and we won't know for sure if they did. You know what I mean? Because an assassin isn't somebody you can trust. You know what I mean?
That depends.
We still got to use that cool spell, and then the guy's hand turns red, and then we go, aha! And then we go fight the red dragon, or
Everyone just
whatever
keeps
it's going to
talking
be.
about.
If
Yes,
that's
but everyone
true,
just keeps talking about waiting for him to show up somewhere and jumping him. At that point, we're not using the spell. We're just killing him.
no, what I was thinking was to find out where, if he was going to go see his father, that's a way we could find out what it looks like at least, okay? But without the spell. But if we're going to use the spell, then we should just wait until he shows up to do the deed that he was going to do, and then we just use the red-handed thing to catch him for that, and then put him in prison. So that would take...
If we catch him for murder, he ain't going to jail.
Okay, well, we'll kill him then. But what I mean is then we'll have evidence. So we can just do that.
Yeah. Oh, no, we could bring him in. It's just the fact he'll be beheaded or hung or something like that. Murder's taken very seriously.
But if we bring him in before he's committed that crime, then how are we going to prove that he killed the other woman? Do we have a truth serum or anything?
No, Janet, as sad as it is, we have to wait for him to kill somebody, or there's already a dead body somewhere that we have to find.
Yeah.
In either case, somebody has to die before we can stop him.
Okay. So what do you guys
Is it morally all right to wait until there's several corpses just to make certain?
I don't want anyone to die. I really don't. But I don't know how else to.
Well, our only other option is go to the paladin's corpse and dig her up, unless there's a time limit of how long before that wears up before you can't cast the spell anymore.
I don't think there's a time limit at all.
Well, there wasn't one specified in the spell, but that is up to Bruce since he is the GM.
What if we go to the prison, kill the father, then he goes to inspect the corpse of his father to identify him, and then we use the spell, his hand turns red, and then we kill him?
We can do that too.
Oh, we have to have somebody he killed to turn his hand red.
Oh, that's right. We don't have her body. We still have to have her body.
Yeah.
Well, he's a repeat offender, so he's probably killed somebody, right?
Yeah, but we have to have
right.
we have to have their body. We have to have the dead person's body to perform the spell.
And Bruce said we also have to have a black candle as a component.
Yeah, a black candle.
Well, imagine the black candle is easy to get a hold of.
Well,
But,
yeah.
I mean,
We just have to make sure we have it.
Yeah, I'll go to the store right now and I'll get a candle and I'll have it in my pouch ready to go whenever whenever we want to go to his dad.
Well, we also need to find a scroll of that too, because Bruce said that you're not quite ready to cast that spell.
Okay, well I can go get the candle and see if they also have that scroll. And if they do, get it. And then we can go back to the place where she's buried and dig her up.
We need to have permission first, otherwise we're grave robbing.
Well, she's buried on your property, on our property.
No,
Is
she's
she?
not.
Hold up. We're
I
not
thought
robbing
she
a
was.
grave. We're just digging a hole using a corpse, and we'll fill it back up. We're not taking anything.
Yes, and the whole time we'll sing diggy diggy hole, diggy diggy hole, and then it'll just let us get away with it.
So,
I'll do some prayers.
Well,
While we
the
run.
thing is if we tell the constable what we're doing and who we're targeting, he'll probably have a good idea, and we have a decent chance of getting permission to dig her up.
Yeah, but I thought she was
It's either
buried.
that or we go down to like the red light district and look for a dead lot lizard.
she
But I thought
actually,
she died.
her,
I thought
her, death, her location for her burial is actually on the temple grounds here in Reme.
Oh, okay.
They
Okay, so we need two permissions. We need the permission of both the constable, so we don't get in trouble with the law, and then the permission of the church, so we don't get in trouble with the church.
Okay, well, I'll go to the church and ask for permission.
What's the penalty for defiling the dead?
We're not defiling the dead. We're just
Not in that way. Just like taking them out of the grave, which would be defiling the resting place.
We shouldn't need to take her out of the grave. There's no need for putting them on any.
We got to manhandle the corpse one way, right? Got to come in contact with the dead.
Cast right over. No, basically what you do from the way it was described, you cast over the corpse.
Yeah, I don't have to get to the
so
body. I don't have to touch the body.
All we're doing is we're digging a hole, lighting a candle, saying a few words, then filling the hole back up. That's it. There's no defiling, there's no robbing, there's no desecration. Just
Yeah,
digging
but if
a
we
hole.
don't get permission, that's what'll happen in charges.
Yeah, if we do it at night, though, less likely of anybody.
Well, I don't mind asking permission. If everyone thinks, everybody respects us, why wouldn't they let me perform a ritual to be able to find out who her killer is and get justice for her?
I'm just saying it's been my personal experience in life that it is far easier to ask for forgiveness than for permission. I'm just saying.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like my local church, they're cool people. I'm cool with them, but I'm not going to go dig up people and be like, "Hey, it's cool, all right? Remember that potluck?"
Kai's asking us a question.
Chat.
What civil authority in your rural area has a bureaucracy thick enough to worry about this? Okay, in the city of Reme, that's a little different because there's a lot of people in Reme. Think of Reme as that city they show you on the opening cinematic for Civilization 3 as the camera spins around the city. Yeah, that's Reme. Hey, Jason, how you doing, sir?
It's a big place with a lot of fingers on the pies.
Yeah. So inside the city, the first person you might want to talk to is the people of the temple.
Mm-hmm.
And so you guys will have Isabu lead that. She takes you guys to the Temple of Mirror, which is not a very big temple. It's not a very outlandishly proud temple. It's seen better days. Mirror has declined quite a bit since Gilboa's disappearance. And when you arrive there to discuss things, they take you into the general area with all the pews and sit down everybody else, but the acolyte takes Isabu by the hand and he happily leads her towards the back office to the bishop. The bishop, after a brief interlude, he dismisses the acolyte and infers for Isabu to sit down, please. And Isabu, she's not always dressed like this. That's just her battle face.
Okay. Well, I'm going to ask him if I can get permission to dig a hole in her grave so I can find out who her killer is.
Little suggestion, Janet. You also tell him who we're looking for, so he knows that we're not just digging it up and hoping.
Oh,
We
yeah.
actually know who we're targeting.
We're pretty
Details.
sure. We're pretty sure
Context.
we know who it is. We have a reason to believe that it's him, and his father's in prison.
This is why I don't deal with magic. It's just so much easier to go through a window, steal some shit, move out.
Yeah, we could do it that way too. I'm a team player.
So, you
I have a
wish,
similar philosophy about churches.
you wish to have discussion about the murder of your friend Paladiness and Neha.
Yeah, I have reason to believe that a man named Darius Gillis is the one who killed her for revenge for the death of his uncle. And I'm going to get a scroll so I can perform a spell on him or on her corpse, over her corpse. So I don't have to touch her. I just have to go into her corpse at her grave and perform this spell. And whoever is the one who killed her, their hand will turn red, and I will be able to find them if it's that person that I think it is.
Janet, the spell is the red hand of the killer.
I know, that's what I said.
No, you got to tell him that.
So it's the red hand
If you
of the
tell
killer.
him you're just, if you tell him it's just a spell, he'll ask what spell.
Okay, well, he's not speaking, so.
Listen, the spell you wish to cast is a powerful spell, maybe more powerful than what you can cast yourself. However, one of our shopkeepers could probably broker you a couple scrolls of that for some nice and shiny silver. I understand you're part of an adventuring party from the north of the city, and then recently you've done some good work. Last thing you did, actually, your name came up because we're now trading as a city with the dwarves of Stoneholm, which is very good. So,
Thank you.
my big question for you is this.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
What will happen if you find his killer?
We would like to put him in the same place he put her.
Janet, tell him by the law.
Bring him to
just by our hand.
justice.
Yeah, bring him
Bring
to justice.
him to justice.
We'd like him to be brought to justice for the murder.
Okay.
Because if his hand turns red, we will know he's the one who did it. If it doesn't, then we know he's not the one. Someone else is trying to frame it.
A little detail
Are
we
you going-
overlooked.
Are you going
Sorry.
to practice any surveillance? Are you going to practice any non-magical surveillance on him?
Well, we were thinking about maybe sending someone over to the prison where his father's being kept and see if he shows up there.
You could go into the Hall of Records here in town. It's a temple of Ogma the Binder. And you could
Mhm.
research, find out what his father's name is, find out what his father's birth date is. And you could have almost a guaranteed chance for the information that you need to be there. You don't have to go about this expensive process of trying to buy a scroll, and if his hand
Well,
turns.
if we don't do that, though, how are we going to prove that he's the actual killer?
How do you know? Did he already talk to somebody about this?
Well, one of our friends were
Yes.
told that they
Correct.
think it was him.
All right, so it's easy. You are a cleric of a deity that is revered throughout this community and the lands outlying it for its ability to deliver law and justice. Correct?
Yes. Yes, sir.
So, my question for you is what would stop you from having him in an area to where you'd have to discuss these things under the auspice of a zone of truth spell?
Well, I personally can't do that spell.
Zone of truth?
Hmm.
Actually, have you talked to Mir about it?
Not yet, but I didn't know about it, but I will now.
I think you should. You've obviously had a lot of work that you've done in the past. However, and it's at this point where he actually refers to you by your official title from the church. He says, Adept, you need to recognize places and things. You need to understand that sometimes the workings of Mir can help provide you an economical way, an orderly way, a way that doesn't require much emotion or, heaven forbid, the unearthing of a corpse, when you could do something else that would yield just the same result. And with the fact that you are doing after this, you're deciding this is you could actually
I couldn't hear you. I'm sorry. You went too far from the mic or something.
you
Sorry.
hold on. Let me check my settings.
I heard a beep, and then all of a sudden I couldn't hardly hear you. Could you guys
I
hear
heard
him?
I heard a beep
No.
too.
That was
I heard the
probably
beep
my
and it sounded
phone
like
because
he
it's
was
going off the
talking
hook right now.
underwater.
Okay. So, with what we know, you don't want to try to use a mortal justice system until you have an assured way of getting the divine answers you need. The spell
Mhm.
Zone of Truth is something that someone of your capacity should be able to cast in her sleep. It'll cost you 9 mana.
9 mana. Okay. I will. I will pray to my deity, and hopefully she'll grant me this wonderful
You
spell.
talk to her, it'll be fine. Details in your Discord, Janet. Okay.
Thank you.
All you have to do is cast that. Have him detained in an area where he's localized. Give him the question. If the entire area gets this unusual red hue to it, he spoke a falsehood. They can avoid answering questions, which they could normally respond with a lie, or they can be evasive as long as they remain within the boundaries of the truth. It is not a fix or cure all, but you're intelligent. You're a smart woman. Why would you not be using the gifts that Mir has blessed you with? And most spells, all she asks of you is that you give her thanks and ask of which spell she can bequeath you, and you have it. You have it. It's all yours.
Thank you for reminding me of this.
You've seen this spell before.
I have.
Yeah. We've used it in our other campaign.
Oh, but this is Mirror. This isn't Freya. So I didn't realize it was the same spell.
Yep.
I wasn't looking at it that way.
You're good.
But I'm in here right now, and it just says her name or his name. It doesn't say anything new that I saw.
I gave you the in Discord. I gave you the in your private chat Discord. I gave you the Son of Truth details.
Okay, clicking on it. Thank you. Sorry, I went to the other place where you were telling me his name, and I was waiting for it to pop up. Wow. Okay. Thank you for this.
Listen, we're playing a hodgepodge rules game. I'm going to give you guys as much of the information as I can, so I don't have to write it down. But I'm doing my best to get you guys your information for the rule set as best as possible. Anyway, so I believe that's everything you possibly need at this moment. However, if you already have the name of this individual, most of the work is already done, correct?
Yes.
All right. Isabu, you have a residency at a settlement to the north. It's handled by a man from the Stoneholm hegemony, correct?
Yes, sir.
If time ever allows you to settle down and enact the unwritten tenets of our faith, along with being good and proper, following the laws to the best of your ability, and being a good and pure individual, it is always within the unwritten text that you should find somebody who also has these morals, that also lives by those dogmas, and you two should find a way to, if you are to be blessed with a legacy, that you would find yourself within holy matrimony, and then you would start to bear young children. Many adventurers, many women do not go for that path because they feel they can't drag their child along with them in a dungeon. But if you have a location that is mostly safe and secure, and you have a spouse who does not adventure with you, and they stay home and they become uh, a house husband, they can take care of the kids while you go and you advocate for the speaking of mirror in public places at a high rate of frequency. Yes. Don't turn that down.
I would love to do that if I felt like I wasn't
Force
being
down my
careless
throat.
with my life choices.
Says you're only
Bruce,
20.
Janet,
Mm-hmm.
Bruce is trying to tell you that unlike some games that would say the woman has to stay home and raise the child, you only have to stay home long enough to breastfeed, and then you can go out adventuring again. Your husband will take care of the child while you're gone.
Yeah.
That's if I can find a man that believes in what I believe and is willing to stay home and take care of what our little farm or whatever it is that we might have and the children.
Thanks for reminding me I didn't play the lottery. I should have. Damn it. Oh, well.
So
Isabu finds a man was not on my bingo card.
yeah, I don't want you guys making fun of him either because he stays home.
Poor Mr. Mom.
Yeah, that sounds like a really good spell, though. Never heard of it. So I guess I'll be going and getting this spell. I'm going to pray on it overnight. And then I guess tomorrow I'll try to go. If I'm able to perform this spell, I will go and we can go and see if we can find out what we can about his dad in prison and catch him.
Well, on the plus side, I now have Aneha's name memorized. I don't have to be thinking of the Paladiness, but now we got this weird ass side quest going.
But the thing is, do I need him to confess in front of, a person in the city that's, a lawmaker of some sort, or can I just have his confession myself? See, that's what I need to.
Well, I'm going to tell you that it's fuzzy, But
Mhm.
if they put you under a similar spell, Zone of Truth, and you abided by it and you explained, they'd probably be like, okay, well, she was acting within the tenets of justice.
Yeah. See, that's
If
all
it-
I'd want. I'd make sure I'm following the law in their city. If we were out and about or in our property, I wouldn't worry about it. You see what I mean?
Hmm.
I'd feel less likely to be as nice
Backwoods
as I am.
justice is the best justice.
I just think that
Helps
I
the
would,
garden grow.
you know, let my God be the judger, basically.
Oh, we could do a public execution. Do you have a guillotine, Minnie?
I don't yet. I need one.
Would you have a gallows one where you can hang them?
I do have gallows.
Okay, see, that would be perfect. We'll just hang them. Do a public hanging. Maybe they'd
What
want to
about
hang
two
his father right
horses?
next to him for his
How
crime.
about big boobied goth women?
My wife won't let me get a big titty goth girl yet.
Oh man.
Give it time. She's getting broken down. She keeps going into that spot on Reddit.
What's on Reddit? What is it?
Don't go there, Janet.
I don't have Reddit.
Don't
Thank God.
do it.
Is it an
She's
app?
uncorrupted.
It's
Do
the
not speak of
second
this.
worst. It is the second worst social media on the internet.
What's the first?
4chan.
Pornhub?
4chan.
4chan? Never heard of that
4chan.
either.
4chan, then Reddit, then I don't know, it's a two-way tie between Twitter and OnlyFans.
I'm
Twitter's
leaning
up.
more towards OnlyFans. There's some cringe shit.
Every single thing I've gotten in trouble for on YouTube, I have put up on Twitter, and nothing's happened to me. So I will not judge Twitter the same way. I just can't. They haven't personally treated me that way.
Ow.
Are you all right?
Yeah,
Don't sound like it.
just banged my elbow.
Funny bone. Not so funny.
Nerdy pain is just God's way of saying you're alive, and right now you're living life.
Now, I will say that somebody who has surfed the internet since 1996, Chimerian, brings up a good point. 4chan is the most free of all the social medias. There's almost
True that.
no
What do you mean? Because you can put anything on it?
anything.
Just
So it's
about.
not for
Just
kids.
about.
So no children.
No, you can't put cheese pizza on there. I wouldn't do that.
Well, I mean, there's no kids. You have to be 18.
You're gonna find kids on there, but you must be 18. Click here if you're 18. The fucker's
Okay,
gonna
yeah,
click.
but they do say that. They do try to make it legal.
Legal is kind of a harsh
Maybe I'll
word.
have to go and look at it now that you said that.
4chan is an interesting place. That's all I'm going to say. You can find a lot of information there.
It's like the black market bazaar of internet stuff without going like deep dark web.
It's worse than OnlyFans.
I wouldn't say worse. OnlyFans is 90% smut and like 4% other and 5% Christians trying to give you something to throw money at, but they're not going to do nude shit. Like I'm trying to get my friend Lauren to go on there and do her feet only. And she's
I've
like,
been
no
asked
way.
to do it.
The reason, well, no, I mean, she's always asking for money, and I'm like, I can help you. Like, you.
Hey, James is in the chat.
Oh shit, James is here.
The
Who's
Greek
that?
Yakubian.
Yeah. If you
That made my week.
You have a friend that you're trying to get to put her feet on OnlyFans?
only for the fact I know they'd give her money for it. I don't know about feet, but I do know that she's cute, and she would have like a place to do her audible readings and a place where people could donate because OnlyFans or Patreon, either of those two would be fine for her.
Maybe I should open something and call it Happy Feet. Just do
Oh
feet
my
and jello and feet and pudding and feet and dirt or something like that. We'll see.
It's been done before. But
I'm no aviator, but if there's an aviator in the chat, is this whole conversation going into a nosedive?
Well, if it hasn't yet, I can make it go in nosedive. Janet, if you do the whole feet thing, especially if you put it in Jello, make sure it's only but edible so you can have a dog lick it off your feet.
I don't have a dog. And
Or
I
one.
got chickens. They'll come peck
You
on
have
it.
chickens. Oh my god.
Mhm. I do have chickens.
You
And
hear
eggs.
that? That's dollar signs right there.
I can put chicken feet in the jello.
Yeah, I think it would hurt after a while, then you start bleeding.
Yeah. I wouldn't.
No, I
have-
mean, I wouldn't let them pick my feet. I'd let them pick the jello. They would eat the jello. I have the faucet dripping just a little, and there's a big mud puddle. Like it's just mud around with some of the ivy on the ground, and my chickens go over there and they stand in the wet spot because it's nice and cool. Because it's 100 degrees outside, so they like it. What does that mean?
He's barking.
Woof
It-
woof.
Yeah, he's barking. I'm inviting James in the panel real quick because we're kind of at a lull in the game, and you guys we're getting the story.
Well, have I met James before?
Absolutely, you have
DM James.
DM James. It's in your direct messages on Discord, sir.
Okay.
He's got a great little channel.
The
Talks about
picture-
games, politics, religion, life. Never a dull moment.
I don't think there's a dull moment when we're all hanging out, so I enjoy it. I don't think it's a lull.
No, for the fact that we're talking about feet and not about game, but bring James in here for a moment because I'm sure he has.
I mean,
some
it's
thoughts.
what? It's after 7 p.m. We've been we've been busy, so it's okay.
We've only done for 4 hours and 48 minutes, so I wanted more game, but we started after 2:30. My bad. The DM is not motivated. If players are having fun talking with each other, I'm not the DM that interrupts them. I'm like, oh, we got to get the game. Blah. Oh, we got to roll.
You like it too, though. You like to sit
do.
and listen sometimes. So
It's a holdover from the old days where you used to play for like 12 hours straight and you didn't have to worry about anything other than, chicken tenders and root beer or whatever your preferred snacks were.
Pizza's here, type thing.
yeah,
Yeah.
food, yummy food.
Oh shit! I better pay my Capital One bill. My bad. Sorry. Give me another. James, if you want in, you've got a StreamYard link, sir.
My first thought when Bruce said he's got to pay his Capital One bill was Bruce is looking at all his receipts. Pizza, 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 pizza,
No,
pizza,
well, we know
pizza.
he had that egg McMuffin with sausage, bacon, and ham. So that was a pizza.
I don't care. I don't want pizza, honey. Fucking Google thinks I want that. No.
Alexa, type Siri.
She'll fight Siri.
That would be hot.
Is that what you asked her to do, though?
There he is.
Oh, yeah.
Mine made a noise.
Connect your mic or cam before I can add you a stream, James. So
So that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna go to the jail.
yeah, if you guys want to go to the jail and talk to the father, or if you guys want to go to the hall of whatever you want to do, Janet.
We don't even have to talk to him. All we have to do is wait and talk to one of the people that run the jail and let him nod his head or whatever and let us know when he comes to see his dad. And then we'll know it's him because I don't know what he looks like.
Yeah, Janet, what Bruce is suggesting is that we go to the Hall of Records and find out.
Oh, okay. Well, let's do that. I'll go there. I'll go there and
Sure.
dig around. See what I
You
can
guys
find.
head over to the hall of
That's
records.
continue.
Apparently, okay, James's stuff isn't working right now. He probably has some like StreamYards is weird sometimes. I'm sorry, sir.
Wait, do we know the uncle's name?
We're going to go to the Hall of the
Okay.
Records and
So that would be
check out all that stuff. Not at the moment, no.
Not at the moment. Okay.
But if it's his uncle, is it his uncle that's the brother of his father, or is it the brother of his mom? Because if it's the same as his dad and him, then they will have the same last name.
It is
All that
is-
should be recorded in the census
Mm-hmm. So
if it's
find
accurate.
out.
yeah.
Going
Hopefully
to the
it
hall
is.
of records, one of the secretaries comes along and she says to you, "Easy enough. You have his name, and we could discuss everything about that case. Just give me a moment, and I can find it all for you." And
Well, all I know is his last name would be Gillis because I don't know what his dad's first name is.
Dobie.
Toby Gillis.
The many crimes of Dobie Gillis. That's not how I remember it.
That's funny.
It was Maynard G. Krebs.
so we can figure out everything going on here. And so she's discussing this as she's reading through some of the files and parchments.
Mhm.
She sees that there was a unusual situation, and they actually had recorded it onto a quartz memory. The quartz memory is used by the Hall of Records for more notable events where nobility or people of import are often discussed. And she goes and references the correct piece of quartz. You follow her into a large room where there's obviously some chimes at play or something, but you just feel like this little audible hum. It's a large room. It's probably about 40 by about 75 by 30 foot high.
Mm-hmm.
Gnomish attendant is within this room. He hears, or they speak for a brief moment, and he asks her to consent to telepathy, and so she does. And as he pulls apart the information that she was able to glean from the small file within the large records room, now we're here amidst a large room with many aisles, with racks of stored gems. Lots of them are quartz. I'd say 90% of them are quartz, varying lengths between 18 inches and 30 inches. But these people are all in here doing various research, or looks like they're putting memories or visions onto quartz, like a storage tablet of some sort.
Mm-hmm.
If you look around further, you note that either they're elven or gnomish in race.
Mm.
First time you've ever been in a room where race has been a discussion issue.
Oh, the people in the room are elven or
gnomes.
or gnomes, or the people that we're looking up.
The people that are in the room, the living creatures in the room.
Okay. Sorry.
It's okay. Once you,
I'm just imagining Enya playing in there.
it's almost as annoying as that.
Man, that job sucks. And then you don't quit your day job.
So once you do about 5 minutes of waiting, this lady pulls a 2-foot long stem of quartz from one of the holding locations, and she doesn't physically handle it. She uses telekinesis to move it around, and they take it to what looks to be kind of like some sort of altar or some other ritualistic type of enchanter. It's a table with various runes on it, black marble, purplish veins running all about it. Kind of has an aura of malice about it, but some of you that don't have like lawful good in you, when you look at this, like you can feel part of your soul just being examined. Like something's eyeballing you and looking at all the things you've done that are not nice.
Mm.
He sets
I have Sauron shit.
He sets the piece of quartz onto the table, and the enchanter, it doesn't set. It doesn't sit on it with gravity. It hovers about 4 inches above it. At that point, purplish arcs of light come off the table, and a pinkish glow envelops you if you're within 10 feet or closer. You hear a magical voice start to speak, and you see a giant set of lips appear on the side of the table as it starts to recant the tale. 2 petty thieves were found to be involving themselves within cattle mutilations and thievery over the course that spanned 3.5 years on the north and eastern side of Reme in the last decade. A paladin was investigating this situation at the behest of the guild which her sister was a part of, and therefore they brought her in due to her martial capacity. One evening on an oyster night, she did locate the 2 cattle thieves as they were stealing 13 head of cattle. As the paladiness managed to corner the 2 of them, she immobilized one, Derleth Gillis, and Randolph Gillis tried to assist his brother and then charged the paladiness. The paladiness tried to detain him, but instead he violently counterattacked, and she defended herself aptly with the lethal degree. He would not relent, and therefore she snapped his neck. Before she could render aid to him, he had fallen, and his head hit the concrete, which apparently caused a large amount of trauma. He was dead within a minute.
Was that
The jury-
Randolph?
That was Randolph Gillis.
Okay.
The paladiness was then tried excruciatingly by numerous individuals within the community. Anger welled up within those that were related to the Gillis family. They had always feigned a artistry type of background, but it was during this time that that family fell from their pedestal, which many had worshipped them for the fact that they were involved with other more nefarious things. Derleth Gillis admitted to only stealing the cattle. He never once admitted to anything else. However, there are numerous crimes which many clerics and truth seers have discovered that it ties back to him. And that's what you get from the memory. I'm sorry about that, great Yakubian. I was hoping you'd be here for this. At least chatting with my friends.
Well, so we know what the story that Lemmy was told was truthful then about what she did and why she was a target. So far that seems very realistic. So what was the brother's name? Randolph's the one that died, and then the brother is Dareth's father's name. What was his name? I didn't write it down. I'm sorry.
Gareth Sr.
Okay, it's a senior. Okay. So all we got to do is go and look at the records for the visiting at the jail, and when he normally would go in, and because now that we know his name, and then we'll just go and make sure we're there around the same time that he would come and visit him again. But we don't want anyone to tell Dareth Sr. because that way he might somehow get word out to tell his son not to come. They know that we're coming for him.
Provided that the son actually visits his father.
Yeah.
And if you don't, we'll have to ask around, and that could prove to be a little tricky because some people will be like, "Oh, hey, somebody's looking for you."
And also, what about the other route, waiting for him to meet up with the person he's going to do a job for or whatever that you guys were talking about earlier? Right?
Oh, that would technically, what we were talking about earlier would mean that we found him too late because he's killed somebody.
Oh. Yeah, we don't want that.
Well, here's a thought. Do we know what part of town he lives on?
Oh,
Is there anything in the records that would give us a description of the guy, either visually or auditorily?
He looks. Let me pull up what character. Some of you guys are going to cry when you see this.
Looks like Tim Allen.
Some of you guys are not going to like what he looks like. It's like, wait, why are you using his facial likeness? So I love using his character as a likeness. He's great.
So do we know what part of town this guy lives on that we're looking for?
Actually, you do.
And we know his name. Right?
You have his name. You know what side of town he lives on.
All right, then let's just go to his hood and start dropping a coin here and there, asking people. They'll point him out.
Oh.
Oh, awesome.
Looks familiar.
He actually retired a couple of years ago.
Yeah, he did. I didn't recognize him in this movie, but he's Bob. The Joker's Bob.
Yep.
The Joker's Bob.
Yeah.
Yeah. OG Batman.
The Michael Keaton Batman.
Oh, yeah. Now I see. I loved him as the Joker, but now I recognize him. Mm-hmm.
That's Tracy Walter.
He passed away.
He's
No, he retired.
Oh, I thought okay, retired. Okay, I thought you meant he died.
Yeah, he played Malik in Conan the Destroyer.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's been in a lot of stuff.
One of the best character actors around.
Good actor. Love Tricky Walter. Good guy. Same age as my parents almost, or a little bit older.
I just got a thing in the DM. It says NATO hits Russian air base with a massive ballistic missile. It appears like a small nuke. NATO has hit 3 Russian air bases so far, causing huge damage and casualties. And there's a picture.
But the war goes on. It hasn't ended.
So.
I'll be right back. I got to deal with the dog.
Okay.
I heart my dog. I spayed my dog. I clubbed my dog. My dog is dead.
Now I spayed my dog.
Actually, the majority of them are sleeping right now, which is kind of nice.
You know, I saw something earlier where they were showing off the Harris tweet, and in a reflection of the plane and plane engines, there's no people there.
Was that whatever the hell his name is, just on tweet, like, look at the size of this rally, and they got the plane and the crowd, and it's all AI generated and shit.
Yeah.
It's like, how many years have we had the internet? And how long does it take to get wise enough to use the internet to realize that this shit will be figured out in like 5 minutes after posting? People have short memories. I mean, look at Shia LaBeouf. He was trying to play Capture the Flag with a bunch of internet trolls. Didn't work out. Those same internet trolls ended up doing the job of the FBI.
Where'd you get the information that we just had a small pony go off at a Russian airbase?
Hold on, and I'll put it in Discord for you. Give me
That's what I
1
want.
second. Let me open it again. It was in, which DM is it? Sorry, I have to go back up here and look at these other ones. Try to find it again. I'm in like 60 DM groups. Because I like to get lots of info. That's where I share it all in the Friday Night Shit Show chat. It's because I get all this stuff.
All right, so apparently that video is from August 2nd. It's a Ukrainian strike on a Russian airbase in Crimea being tossed on Twitter again because people are slow.
Oh, okay. Well, I just saw it in a DM. I haven't shared it or anything.
Okay. Yeah, I was worried when you said NATO struck. I'm like, fuck. Guys, if this channel feed ends, you can just rest assured I'm gone and I'm at peace, because it's going to be big over here in San Antonio. We got like 6 air bases, a couple of 3-letter agency locations here. I'm in San Antonio, you know.
Yeah.
So I'm
Not much better.
I don't know about Nerdy's situation. I sit kind of on a hill, so I'm going to get blasted from whatever direction that the force wave hits. I'm on the 3rd floor of a building that's old, so I will probably get killed by the collapsing roof and a tumble down. It's okay that life isn't forever. I'm good.
Not doing much better up here. There is a legit air base up here and a quote unquote retired air base up here.
Yeah, and you're not too far from Montana,
No, I'm not.
where UFOs have forced Americans to disarm nuclear missiles because they said, you know what, America, you love nuclear weapons so much, we're going to arm them and get them ready to launch. And they started getting ready to launch, and so the fucking Americans had to break every fucking machine in the office. That was in the 80s during the height of the fucking Star Wars bullshit. It's not Star Wars, the great set of 3 movies, and nothing else, but Star Wars, the weapons program that Reagan wanted to arm satellites and rain down hell on commies, which is still a good idea. Anyway, so you guys have all these things in your corner. My only question for you as a dungeon master is, what do you guys want to do next?
I want to try to find out where he is and get him so I can perform this spell on him and have him tell us what happened. Tell us the truth.
Okay. In the Hall of Records,
Well, depending on where.
Go ahead.
Where exactly does he live in town?
Well, the individual that you are inquiring about within the community, he lives about I'm gonna pull up number 2. There we go. All right.
He lives 2 houses down. No, I was kidding.
Yep. Oh yeah, he's just 2 houses away from here. It's like the time I'm listening to John Panette living in France. You know, he's in doing a play over there, and he's like, man, I just want to go to Italy. I want to have some real food. And the other actor's like, Italy? Well, fuck, let's go. What? No, what do you mean? Yeah, it's only 45 minutes away. 45 minutes drive? I can run it in 45 minutes. Let's go. And so he goes to Italy. One of the best stories John Panette's got. Okay, so here's the city of Reme.
Mm-hmm.
And where you're at is technically within this outer portion of the ward, because a lot of the admin buildings are here on the hill. You guys, you're not too far from that, really.
Is that like a river around it?
Yeah, this is the river that goes through the community. You have a central island that cuts through the middle. You have the Four Winds Bridge, the Lantern Bridge, Cattle Bridge.
So, is he on the good side or the bad side of town?
He's kind of in. The city doesn't have like a bad side. They realized long ago that allowing festering slums to keep going generation after generation does not do anything good for the community. So they've broken up the slums, and there will be certain neighborhoods where you're just going to have like, we have to have the tenements here. Sorry. And so there will be like a 3 or 4 square block area within various wards where that's kind of a bad spot to be. Don't be there at night. And there's increased police presence there at pretty much all hours a day. The worst crimes happen in broad daylight. We'll get into that later. All right. But he lives over here. There's a cluster in this ward, basically along the street of Martyr Lanterns. You have it's a counterpart to the Avenue of Eternal Warning because it celebrates Reme's heroes rather than demonstrating what happens to Grand Duchy's foes. You have lanterns standing in massive iron brackets along the city wall, lighting the street to symbolize the sacrifice of those who died in the service of the community. Most of them are simply symbolic, but few of the lanterns are lit for specific heroes, and they attract visitors who place small clay oil lamps beside the wall underneath the lantern. There's no magical or religious significance to these lanterns, very much unlike the ashes on the Island of Heroes, right here. But visiting the actual Island of Heroes requires waiting in bridge traffic, which is inconvenient. And a lot of city dwellers will just celebrate the festivals, birthdays, other occasions by lighting the lamp on the street here. It's kind of like I said, the artsy district over here in this area. And you have a lot of individuals in that area that think they're hoity-toity or they deserve something special. We have over 70 years of collegiate teaching within our 4 generations, blah, 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 blah. And they tell you all sorts of stuff. But this area, it's not a crime-ridden area because there's a little bit of corruption there. But there's a lot of people that will try to cover for each other in that area that are in certain power groups. The Gillis family is one of them. And like I said, they used to be movers and shakers within the art community, but because of its situation with the cattle rustling, they kind of fell from grace. A lot of their stuff got exposed.
Damn.
I'm not saying I read this book cover to cover, but what I've read of it, I have enough information to where I could run a campaign within the walls. If you want to say,
Can't we just leave a situation similar to this?
What do you mean?
Well, they were once a prominent family, and now they're kicked down a notch or two. And in Stoneholm, we were dealing with some dude that turned out to be less than ideal. Like, I just got this feeling that this could be like some crazy political thing.
It could go political. You could go that route. I'm not going to force the party along any storylines. You guys will plot your own course.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't want to be Arkancited. I've gained a level. I'm doing good. I haven't been gnawed on. I haven't been set on fire. I'm happy. So, what do you guys think?
Well, I haven't. Okay, I don't know. I'm trying to. My brain is not geared for like political intrigue.
So this is an artsy academic type of place?
Reme is a city.
Well, like where this dude's hanging out is what I mean.
Yes.
So think of it like one of them touristy college towns.
Well, hold on.
With artists
got an
and
idea.
craft shows and whatnot.
It's like where all the blue hairs hang out.
I just got an idea.
Yeah.
We wait a little bit about getting revenge. What we do is we do a little bit of adventuring, get some expensive art pieces, put some hooks out in the underworld that we're trying to get some art sold. That'll get the family, not just like just one or two. We can get a whole bunch of the family. Then we cast Zone of Truth on them, start asking a bunch of questions. Then we have a whole bunch of evidence to take down the entire family. But it would be best we have some expensive art pieces to actually show off, versus just say we.
Hey, we got some dwarves, right, back at the fort.
Yeah.
Can they whip up something kind of artsy?
We only got one crafter among them, and he's more of a stone crafter.
Yeah, like here's a statue of Venus de Milo, or dwarven equivalent thereof, and we bring it in, and then be like, can we get this appraised? And then we taste the joint.
Yeah, but that would take so long to carve a statue.
Yeah, but buying expensive art after adventuring?
Buying? No. We're not buying. We're not buying expensive art. We go adventuring and find the art.
You mean
So now
find
we got to
it
look for.
that's been stolen and replacing or giving it back to the owners? Is that what you're talking about?
No. What I'm saying is, if we search out old keeps, old castles, like for example, where we were, it didn't have any art pieces, but it had still some leftover stuff in it.
Yeah, remember the beautiful tapestries that we found and stuff? Now people do collect that and put them in museums.
Those are demonic tapestries.
Mm-hmm. Well, they were
That's
evil.
like,
They
I'm
weren't
saying-
evil. They didn't have any magic. They didn't even have the ability to.
I know, but they
summon
represented
demons.
evil. The pictures that were on them. That's what I'm talking about. So
Yes.
we wouldn't want to hang them in one of these type of places. But if we find tapestries or other things like that,
Oh,
they
yeah,
would want them in these museums. That's all. That's all I was saying.
Well, right now we're using them as a trap to get the family that has the guy who killed the paladin.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So why don't we wait till night, break into the house, cast Zone of Truth on, round everybody up in one room, cast Zone of Truth, start asking our questions, and well, we administer justice to those that deserve it. Simple, straightforward plan.
Do you really want to deal with the legal ramifications of that?
Legal schmeagle. If they're guilty of murder,
Yes, and then how will the rest of the guard look at us? Oh, they justly committed a murder. Oh yeah, we have to let them go, and then we're stink-eyed for the rest of the time we're in town.
or in the area.
Yeah, or in just right in the area.
oh, we bring him before the town guard.
Yeah, but then we have to round them up one by one. They're an entire family. We're only a group of 11, I think.
Well, as of right now that we know of, really, this one guy's the only one that's guilty of murder.
Well, we've already found out through our investigations that the whole family is guilty of something.
Well, yeah, but right now we're just trying to.
We're looking for the one guy. The one guy is being protected by the family.
Mm-hmm.
So we got to figure out a way of bringing him out into the open.
We need to send him a message from the prison saying his father's sick. And then he'll go to the prison to see him, and then we get him.
That's assuming that he cares about his father. If he don't care about his father,
But if he killed for his uncle, why wouldn't he care about his dad? That's what I'm saying. I just think that he would.
Janet. Janet, I have a question for you.
Mm-hmm.
If you are doing illegal things, and you know for a fact you're suspected of doing illegal things, would you go with open arms straight to the guards, where once you're behind those doors, they can literally beat you to death and no one will know?
Well, if we go to the jail and they say he's visited his father, then yeah, that means he would go to the jail. If they say he's never been here, then no, I wouldn't want to send a note. But if he has been there to visit his dad, then why not have a courier or whatever send him a note and saying your father's been sick, or your father's very sick. You need to come right away, and have him go to the jail, and then we'll capture him. You don't even have to let him go inside. He just has to show up.
well, if I was a criminal and my dad's in jail, the last place I want to be is in the same place that he's locked up. So I want to be setting foot in the jail. I would be sending messages by anonymous people, total random people.
And to say, okay, your dad's sick and we had to take him to the hospital. So I think he would show up at the hospital and see his dad before he dies.
Janet, you're taking a very modern stance for this. They would not waste any coin on him if he was sick. They would just literally let him rot in this jail cell till he's dead.
Because he was willing to kill a paladin because of his uncle's murder. period. That shows he has feelings and he wanted revenge. Why do you want revenge over people who don't give a shit about? So he took a risk.
We're not saying he doesn't care.
He risked himself going in to kill the paladin. So what I'm saying is, I think he would take the risk for his dad. But if you guys,
it could be just an honor thing. Like if he got a noble name, and somebody offs one of yours, then you want to off one of theirs. It's the whole Hatfield McCoy type dynamic.
All right. Well, how about this? How about we just sit and wait for him to leave his house to go to the tavern or wherever he goes for a day, and just snatch him right off the street. We don't have to lure him into the prison to visit his dad. We just snatch him off the street.
He doesn't
once
know
again,
what look like.
Once again, we get into potential legal issues afterwards. We have to, if we're going to do something like that, we have to get the guard involved. Otherwise, the guard are going to get pissed off at us for taking the law into our hands, because that literally means they have no reason to exist.
Yeah, but why would we have to get a hold of a guard?
Because if we do their job, we'll piss them off, because then that means they have no reason to exist, in which case the law has no meaning.
Well, we already know he's guilty, so if we just get him, we just take him out of the city and get rid of him. No,
you know what? Do what you want. I'm done for the day.
He's a criminal. But I don't know how to get him away from his family.
That's what we got to figure out.
The only thing, just like I said, the only way I would think of is if somebody told me that my dad was dying or he was very sick, I would want to see him. I would put on a disguise or whatever and go to the jail just to see if I can find out what I could find out about it, or to the hospital. That's just my scenario.
Well, I agree. I'm not opposed to that, but I'm just that seems to be a long roundabout way of doing it.
Yeah, but if you guys said you got to get him away from his family, well, that would be a way for him to get away from him, because unless the rest of them want to go see his dad.
That's if he takes the bait. Like, if you're a wanted person, you got to stay away from the law, period, right?
That's why
and if the law is after you, then you're going to be wary of any situation that's going to take you from your hiding spot, wherever it is in that area, and then go to a location where you're going to be vulnerable. So, like, if you were the person that was accused of cattle rustling or whatever, and you had to hide.
The thing is, Bruce already said it's been over 6 months since she died. Okay, so I don't think he's even thinking that anyone's looking for him for that.
It's been 3 months.
Oh, 3 months. Okay, I thought you said 6 months, but he might feel like someone's after him. But what is he doing? Is he just staying in his house? I mean, what do you think? He's just sitting in a room all day for 6 months or 3 months?
I don't know. What do powerful families do with their sons and daughters that commit horrendous crimes? And then they protect them.
They send him to other countries or out of town. They send him somewhere else. So he's probably not even in this town right now. If that's the point of view you have on it, they've sent him out of town to keep him from being taken in or arrested or whatever. That's what rich people do. Or they dye their hair and they change their look and change their name, and they go hang out with a different group of people to get the heat off of them, under a disguise of some sort. Those are the two things that I think I would do if I was trying to hide somebody, just like they do with the witness protection program. They give you all different paperwork and they send you somewhere totally where you would not be normally going.
Well, you're kind of on the right track. I would say that I'd try to figure out, was there a record or was there a location where they were wrestling the cattle too?
Yeah, but why would he go to the place where they were taking the cattle if that's what the whole thing that got him in trouble
If you're
for?
wrestling cattle, you got to sell the cattle. So there's got to be an end point where those cattle are going. If he got nabbed
Somebody lost
and
money.
thrown in jail, yeah.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what Bruce said.
Somebody lost money once they got caught.
Oh, yeah, of course. But I don't see them sending their son, the one who's, supposedly murdered someone, to the place that got him in trouble in the first place. That's all I'm saying.
Well, they want to go back to the place where they committed the crime, but the end location where they were taking the stolen goods to. So in other words, we got to find out if there's like another cattle ranch or whatever, whoever is going to buy the cattle that they rustled.
All right. Well, let's go check it out.
I guess we go back to the Hall of Records, do a little bit more snooping, start bringing up potential contacts that would fit the description. Since we're in
Do you really think
a large city with a trading guild, let's look for the Butchers Guild. Farmers that produce meat, animal husbandry, whatever. Get a list of people going, and then whittle it down to what's the most likely suspect of all these parties.
Did I hurt his feelings? Did I say something to make him leave?
I don't know.
So
I think he just got frustrated and called it quits.
We didn't agree with him. I'm sorry. I didn't want to hurt his feelings.
Yeah, I think he's just frustrated.
Different strokes for different folks.
Well, I'm willing to go wherever you guys think that we need to. What direction you think we should go in?
Okay. So roll me your knowledge local. Let me.
What is my local knowledge? Wow. So 35, right? Yeah. 35%. Okay. Roll one dice. 76.
Total?
Total.
You're thinking that maybe that you guys need to go and discuss some of these facts you've got with either a Lord Keeper or somebody at the Hall of Records. That would be your best interest. And so about 2 hours later, you're sitting Sage, Jeffrey Willisby is going to discuss things with you. He tells you that the crime spree that had been going on, there's been a stop, but that wasn't the first time that 13 head of cattle had been stolen. And over the course of the last 6 years, that's repeated every time for the last day of the year. You don't think this is the first time that somebody's tried stealing 13 cattle, do you? People that use that would be somebody that would be involved with some sort of ritual. Like you don't have 13 head of cattle, but every time this happened, every time that there was 13 head of cattle, a lot of the investigations stopped with the family of the two brothers that your paladin friend, she arrested. That went on for 6 years. I don't think this is just about your dead friend, the paladin.
Yeah, his family might not even know he even did it. He might have been out drinking and she came in and he thought about it and he just did it. You know what I mean?
Well, I'm thinking
We don't know
if
for
it's
sure.
a repeat endeavor, she just happened to roll in on him.
Mm-hmm.
Did what she did.
Yeah, I don't think he was planning on killing her. She just happened to be at the right place at the right time, and he had a few drinks and had some adrenaline pumping in his veins and took revenge on her.
But she was poisoned. That's premeditated.
Well, no.
Mhm.
If it's not one of those ones where you just dip it into the little pouch on your side, you know what I mean?
Well,
You
no,
dip
this
your
this
knife
is
into
like definitely a vendetta killing.
that? Okay.
Yeah, this was definitely premeditated. This wasn't no crime of passion.
Okay. Well.
I'm saying from the records, it seems like to be a systematic thing. So maybe what she did was came across these guys as they're doing their yearly trip to steal cattle or whatever the fuck they're doing. She got involved, ended up murdering one of them or killing one of them, triggered the vendetta. Then he plotted it out, caught her unawares, knifed her. 3 months later, we're playing Scooby-Doo on it. What we don't know is whether it was strictly revenge or to tie up loose ends or a failed meeting with whoever he was going to get paid from or benefited from. And on that note, I got to go feed my dogs. I will be right back.
Chapter 8. I do have a stream with Kai later on tonight.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't want to have people be upset. I don't want to run a character of a guy that's just frustrated. I want to have people cool off for 2 weeks. I'm going to write a synopsis for the next instance, which you guys have obviously opened. Good job.
Mm-hmm.
And you're going to, this is going to take about 3 sessions for you guys to open and shut things. But if you so choose, you can follow the threads further if you so choose.
Mm-hmm.
I am not the greatest whodunit DM. I'm not the best with mysteries, but I'm doing my best to lay things out in a way where you guys can start assembling your facts, get an idea of what's going on here. I want the campaign to continue. I want my players to be here and entertained. I'm be open to ideas. Not all of you guys are always going to get along. That's all I have to say. But just like the way he left, I get it. Because he was bumping his head into a personality issue, and he doesn't want to be frustrated when he games. I get it. But I think within a half hour, he'll probably want to open up discussion with me or Janet. But I don't think there's any lasting difficulty or harm with the campaign. There's as a direct message to Crafting Gamer, this is not a murder hobo campaign. Not into that. What I want is a campaign where my players think and they try to think outside the box. The overall goal of this campaign is to kind of show you guys, players and chat alike, that if you follow the money, you always get the answers you're looking for.
Mm-hmm.
You follow the money, sometimes you get the answers that you didn't want. My name is Bruce. I have a really good group of people that I've got myself involved with this alpha test, and I really hope that you guys enjoy playing it. I hope the chat enjoys watching it. I know I'm not going to get thousands of viewers. I don't make a lot of funny voices like Matt Mercer. I don't have all the resources he does, but I do have a way of conveying thoughts and images in my head to you, the players, and the chat.
Mm-hmm.
If you have any questions or commentary, please drop them in the comments box once we end the stream. As always, appreciate Baby Girl, Jackie Blue, Snortopoopas Cuber, and others that joined us today. Sorry about the StreamYard's DM James. I don't know why it didn't do the thing for us. Before I go, you guys want to make your plugs? You want to make yourself give yourself a plug to where you've got things ahead of schedule that you want to drop and have an audience for. I'll shut up here.
We're going to be doing the City of Lost Children tomorrow.
Yep.
So if anybody wants to watch the movie with us, send Bruce a message and you can join us in Discord to watch the movie. I've never seen it. It has Ron Perlman in it, I think, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then Sunday after that, we'll do the review afterward. So hope to see everybody. That's it for me.
Well, I'm Nerdy Ogre. You'll find me on if I'm on any social media platform. That's the name you'll find me under. I don't have a lot of content out there. I'm trying to fix that, but I do have some stuff. I mostly stick to Palladium because that's my jam. But look me up, watch my videos, give them a thumbs up, and let me know if you like them or if you don't like them in the comment section. That's all I got.
Well, thank you all for being here. We will be back 2 weeks' time on the 24th. As of right now, I believe from the 24th, we'll be skipping the weekend of the 7th because of work. I have a day I've got to take care of. But we'll be back on the 21st after August 24th. We'll come back on September 21st. If there's any questions, get in touch with us. If you wish to become a member of my Discord, I'll get a copy here, and link is in the chat. You all be well. Thank you for being part of today's game. I'm Bruce. I'll see you again.